The whole team for this afternoon's prayer, they are Patrick.
So there you have it, folks, the national anthem and whatever is like the official opening program is out of the way, so we get ready for action out in the middle. It's GLENORA Sports Club against Northside Future Stars. This is all part of the North Zone T20 Festival, and of course it's shaping up to be another interesting battle. But before we get out in the middle, Sheldon Rooks was out there with the toss.
Game 6, GLENORA Sports Club and the Northside Future Stars. I'm here with the two captains and the third umpire. We've got Kenroy Williams for GLENORA and Kendall Guerra for the Northside Future Stars. Kieran Cumberbatch is the third official. He's going to conduct the toss.
Designated home captain, going with birds and numbers. Falling in the air.
Yeah. Yeah?
Go ahead.
Good.
Birds is the call. And birds it is. Okay, Kendall, step in here just for a second and we'll find out what it is that you're going to do.
Well, you're going to have a bowl because coming from the last match or how the competition running so far, most of the teams chasing are the better chance of winning the match. So.
Okay, we thought that was going to happen.
Sure.
Okay, good luck with that one. Okay, right then. Kenroy, it's the first appearance in the competition for your team. What would you have done?
We would have bowled first also, but looking at the wicket right here, it looked like a good batting wicket. So we're looking to post a good total and try to defend it.
We did get some big runs on one of the games. It went up to 195. What's your target?
Well, if we could get 200, that would be good. Batting first on this wicket, because I think we have the bowling to defend this.
Okay, we look forward to seeing you. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so it was Northside Future Stars who won the toss. They've decided to bowl. Let's go upstairs and join Ruskin Mark.
So there is the toss out in the middle there. Northside Future Stars, having won the toss, they will bowl first. And what that means is that GLENORA Sports are the ones who will be batting. As I said, very good afternoon once again to Sheldon Rooks and Ruskin Mark as we welcome you again to our coverage here. And we look forward to this encounter. Just quickly before we do, let me just quickly give you the rundown of the teams here. Of course, Justice Sukwa, this is the Northside Future Stars. Justice Sukwa, Kyle Ramdu, Trevor Padilla, and Andre Medina, Junior James, Terrence James, Kiefer Hernandez, Akil Guerra, Kendall Guerra, Kwesi Fonelier, and Ramon Diaz. The 12th man is Levi Batiste. Darrell Dennison is the 13th man. And for the GLENORA Sports Club, Andy Alexander, Randy Baliram, Stefan Bissoon, Joshua Clark, Mikael Govaya, Daniel Holder, Leonardo Julian, Salim Khan, Keon Mason, Richard Sukram, and Kenroy Williams. So the stage is set here for a good day, Sheldon, and hopefully we will get another interesting battle.
A very good afternoon to you, Ruskin, and good afternoon to everyone at home wherever you may be watching. Even the relatively low scoring contest last night produced, I wouldn't go quite so far as to say a nail biter, but we were down into the last over. So yes, even the lower scoring ones can have something in it. And this was a really good outfit, the Northside Future Stars, when we saw them in their opening game. It's the first time that we're getting to see GLENORA Sports Club. Be interesting to see how these two sides match up. As you've already mentioned, Kendall Guerra won the toss and he decided without any hesitation that he was going to have a bowl. Kenroy Williams would have done exactly the same thing. So there is that pattern where the teams have seen the way that the conditions are, and I'm not absolutely certain that the conditions have anything to do with the fact that the team batting second has won every game, because there were a few close ones. Could have gone either way. And I think you'll remember, Ruskin, that you and I were talking, had there been a difference with, I think it was 12 runs, it would have been a comfortable win for the side bowling second. It just didn't work out that way. So I wouldn't be too conned.
That would have been Boog Malatris.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too conned if I was a skipper to think, oh, I have to be batting second. It's not necessarily the way. Anyway, we're about to get underway. Here's Ruskin again.
Leonardo Julian opening the batting together with Keon Mason. Julian, of course, in and around the national team, former West Indies youth star. And immediately he wants to make a statement. Good contact, but he can't get it past Chrissy Fanellier, who had that excellent innings to lead his team to a victory. We'll be hoping for more of the same today. And that's good bowling from Andre Medina, who continues to bowl well. He did bowl well in that first game that they played, and so he's getting a second bit of exposure. And they're going to have to hurry here, and the return is just a little bit off, but he might have just made it in there, Mason.
Yeah, I think you're right. He just about got home. He may have set off a little bit late. He's a big fella, isn't he?
Ew. Whoa. Or did he hold on to the ball?
Yeah,
That's
the
the other consideration there, because that was tight.
Well, given the way that his body was falling and the stumps had already been broken. That looked pretty out. So it's perfectly possible that he didn't have the ball under control.
Yep.
And the best person to see that was the umpire at square leg, who was standing on the side that gave him the best possible view. Yeah.
He never caught it. It came out of his glove. And
that's why he stayed down on his knees.
Yep. Here's Mason now. And has some of the tendencies of the big fella. Has all the mannerisms of Mr. Cornwall. And that's well played again. And again, you either commit to it or you don't. But both of them stepped out of their respective creases and then almost like gazing at the fieldsman and not really looking at each other to communicate.
Good stop, by the way, at point.
Excellent work. Again, if you can't feel good to your own bowling, then something is wrong. But a good first over, just the one run in it. It's one without loss.
Yeah, Medina was thinking, hang on, no one else is going to get this. And if I don't, they will take a run off me. So I'd better put in that acrobatic piece of tumbling. Good for him. Just the one off the over then. We had a little bit of a rain delay yesterday, but apart from that, the weather has been pretty good, and we haven't had. And it was drizzle, yesterday. It just kept us off, as opposed to, doing any damage to the outfield. And I was chatting with a couple of the players who'd watched yesterday's game, and they said they were surprised because in other parts of Port of Spain, not far from where we are, other parts, there was almost some flooding. So very, very heavy rains in other parts. We've escaped it.
Yeah, I was on the radio this morning, and one of my hit it too hard. He just stroked it, and despite the best efforts of Junior James, they still got the single.
Yeah, they are. Well, one man is out in the deep. One is a little bit closer, but once it goes left or right of him, past the bowler, then there is that single there. But it's nice that they've got, for the right-hander now, they've got the man at long off.
Yeah. And this could be interesting again. Just a little turn. You're going to have to hurry. The return. And
he wasn't
the bowler,
watching.
Yeah, the bowler thought it was a misfield. And he just seemed to turn his back as if he was, I don't know if he was upset that there was a bubble in the field. But that was much too soon to turn you or to give up on the play. Because look at how quickly the ball was picked up. And there was a return on its way. And he was nowhere by the stumps. That's well played. Possibility of a second. And again, Mason has to hurry. So it's almost as if they're targeting him. Throw it to his end.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. I'd have a quick chat with my fielders and say, as long as Mason is out here, that's the end that you're going to go to. He's going to be the one that has to do the most rushing, even if he's the one who's called for the single. Yeah, I would target him.
You're gonna burn him out one way or the other. That's very well played again. Julian was one of those players when he led the Trinidad and Tobago team, certainly was on the West Indies team and looked like a future West Indies player. But as we realized, not all of that talent at that early age translates or transfers at the higher level. And it takes work. And, but not everybody can bridge it as easily. And that's going to go in the air. It's also in the gap. And once it starts to gather pace, you can forget it. 4 runs. First boundary of the innings.
Yeah, Mason able to free his arms here. Puts in a nice big swing. Thick contact. Went over the heads of the 2 men who are on that side.
Yeah, one is finer and one is a little squarer. Both of them what we would call third man or backward point. One is backward point, one is a short third man. And that's an almighty swing there. I think he was aiming for my car behind the building here. Thank God he didn't hit it. It's the end of the over. 6 without loss.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the clients. The client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Leonardo Julian played a shot that came out square earlier, and he allowed it just to hit the bat, used the pace off the ball. It looked beautiful, so nicely balanced, nice shape to him, and he's on strike now.
So Andre Medina is going to continue. Just a 1 run in his opening over. And they would have matched that off the very first ball in his second over. So now can they add to that? The England game was rained out today, the third and deciding game with South Africa, the T20, basically abandoned. So the series ended 1-1. But it was instructive to listen to the England coach, Brendan McCullum, talk a little bit about his philosophy. And this is very well judged. Again, they've gone for one. Are they going to go for the second? He's going to have to hurry. And would you believe it? He failed to pick up the ball. In fact, he was trying to do two things at the same time. He was trying to pick it up and throw it all in one. And he probably just took his eyes off of it. And then he was kind of grabbing at air, feeling for the ball as it just ran away from him. But that would have been tight for Leonardo Julian to get back there for that second run.
And in turning, he dug up a big piece of turf as well, so that didn't help. The turn was difficult.
Once he gets it over there, he's in the money. But they do have good cover out in the deep. So even though he beats the short square leg, the man on the boundary is able to corral it. And yes, but it was interesting. I was telling you how Brandon McCullum was speaking about batting, and he was saying, people have all kind of theories. Some like it, some don't like it, whatever. Baz ball, as they call it. Julian again calls for the single and hurries, and again they're asking Mason to run, to sprint literally the whole length of the pitch.
It's a good tactic, actually. Even if you don't get him, you keep him under pressure, and the likelihood is when he thinks it's going to be close, instead of saying I'll go for it, you'll say no.
Yep.
So you slow him down, and you can slow him down in two ways. One, in taking the single, and two, you wear him out. But go quickly back to McCullum. Surely England scored enough in that one day to cover two.
2 matches, yes. And, there must be a formula for that, isn't it? To decide a series. And here goes Mason again, trying his best. He should get too comfortably here. And even when too comfortable, still throwing to his end, as if to remind him, don't lapse at all.
No, I really like that bit of pressure that they're applying. Good tactic, I think.
So let's see if he's able to quell it. Again, he's going, there's a stifled appeal, but he was going big on the onside. Now that's dangerous, because if he makes any kind of positive contact, there's nobody sweeping behind square. So you're really gifting him runs. 17 without loss after 3.
Yes. You may travel a little bit if you keep Mason down there. He's obviously put in for that reason, swing the bat, big hits. But it's the singles that are being taken by Leonardo Julian, I think, that are going to cause him more trouble.
That might work in the opposition's favour.
Exactly. His own teammate may be responsible for getting him out.
So Santa Cruz Sports played 2 games. And, of course, yesterday the big thing would have been the Harvard Club winning against Ebony Sports. One Brian C. Lara.
Yes, he made an appearance. 26 not out, a few lovely shots, and the crowd were happy.
And that's beautifully played. Again by Julian. The question is, though, were you happy to see him playing out there?
Oh yeah, I mean, any time that you can be around or in the presence of a genuine legend, whether it's tennis or football or anything, but in particular for me, when it's cricket, then you've got to be happy.
James again, and there is cover again out at long off. So James, Mason rather, a big swing at the bat, but he didn't really middle it all that well.
He had to run again.
And yep, so when he realized he didn't hit it as well as he would like, because had he hit that, like middled it, it probably would have crashed into the side screen, if not over the side screen. A nice change of pace, but unfortunately, it's change of line as well, too wide. Yes, I was telling you about McCollum when he was there. Now, Tony Gray always harps on technique and all the other things, but McCollum is saying, forget technique. If somebody could hit the ball and they have the ability to just hit the ball, that's well played, because he got under it and lifted it over the inner ring, and that's for easy to Leonardo Julian. He goes to 8 now.
Yeah, it was very deliberately done, wasn't it?
Yeah, he got under it, and no risk at all, because once you clear that inner ring, there's nothing behind there to prevent it from going. Actually, it goes to 12, Julian. 11 now to Mason. 24 without loss. Make that 25. And yes, so McCollum was saying, you know, I look at the players, and my job is really to give them the confidence to do what they're good at doing. He said, this level, while technique has a place, but if I have somebody who can take a ball from outside the off stump repeatedly and drop it over mid-wicket, why would I want to break that out of him? And speaking of over mid-wicket, but this one, boss, and again they're throwing at his end, and he has to be careful. Now the thing is, I think it's actually working, because he just seems to be getting progressively slower as he's running the full length of the pitch almost every time.
I think that was Kyle Ramdu, wasn't it, who was throwing in from the deep. He's quite quick. Just push that wide.
Yeah, that too is called a wide, so he's going to have to do that again. So you can see the plan there. He's just trying to do it, and now you look at Mason stooping down already. It's not even 2:15, and he probably needs a drink right now, a drink of water, that is. And that's a no ball, so a free hit is coming. And they might actually get a second run, but somehow I don't think Mason will be too interested in that. He would say one is enough.
It is festival cricket, so we can have a little bit of humour injected into the proceedings, but this tactic that they're employing, I think, is about to reach its zenith, if you like.
Yeah, but the thing is, if he's tired physically, he's probably just going to throw the bat at anything. Now, he might be successful in it. If he does it for 3 or 4 overs and connects, fine.
I don't think he's got 3 or 4 overs in him.
And if he does, if he doesn't, then he's probably just going to hit one straight up in the air or something. And that's well played again.
Go for it now.
Yep. And he's you would have to give him the benefit of the doubt. He just seems to be timing his run.
Yeah.
And cruising into the crease every time. But it just seems as if he just might be struggling a little bit. So it's the end of the over, 4 overs completing. It's 30 without loss.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Decides, look, I can't get involved in the running. I've just really got to throw the bat. He gets dragged into doing something that he would rather not do. And it's the price that he's paying for just, you know, he's a heavy guy, so it's going to take a lot out of him. It's very close, very hot out there, and it's taking its toll.
Yeah, this is the early game. You know, most teams played under lights. He's getting the full bowl to his son, and again, he has to be careful because they are going to target that stump. And look at how far away he is from the crease. He was probably going to get a run out when, from all appearances, it should be an easy single. But he just seems so reluctant to accelerate for the full length of the pitch. He just seems to switch off before he gets into the crease. And he's only just grounding the bat. Julian, on the other hand, looks up picture. That's a great shot and excellent fielding.
Super stop
out there. That's a brilliant work again by Fornelia. And he might have hurt his back, though. You could see him holding his back. But a really gorgeous shot. Didn't try to hit it too hard. What a stop that is. That is world class.
That's what's called putting your body on the line.
Yeah, now he needs a little help to stretch out some.
Kendall Guerra is doing the stretching for him, is it?
Yep.
I think if I saw Kendall Guerra running towards me and I knew he was going to stretch me out, I think I might say, I'm okay, Skip. I'll be okay.
You hope he's running to you to give you the ball, to tell you go and bowl. Yep. So Mason is back on strike. And the big fella is doing his bit here. One bounce, 4. Lovely shot, good pickup. But I think he's going to be happy if they continue to bowl him on his legs, because again he doesn't have to go very far. He's maybe just crumbling in the crease, just sinking down and swinging the bat. And if the length isn't adjusted, then he probably might feast on that all day. And this one again going in the other direction. This is rolling. This is going to be tight. Excellent work. The only problem is he hit it so far that he has to run back now to chase it. But guess what? They only took a single. I wonder why.
Good piece of fielding.
But all of that, and they only took 1 run. You know, it's excellent work in the field.
Poor Mason can hardly stand up at the non-striker's end. He just managed to get himself erect there. Medina gave him a second to gather himself.
Much needed. And that's the other thing now. They're going to be reluctant to run quick singles because of his fatigue.
So that's taken that out the equation. The quick single is now out of the equation.
It now becomes a risk. And he's hunched over there with one hand on his knee. And,
Didn't even think about it.
not important at this time. So the end of the over 5 completed is 37 without loss.
Yes, if you can take shots, certain shots that players like, if you can take that out of the equation, that's one thing. But when you take one of the elements of the game out, which is a quick single, and putting the fielding team under pressure, when you remove that, he's only left with big hits, or if a big hit fails, a jog single, which again is taking something out of him. Tricky situation for them.
Yeah, one that could be 2, then becomes 1, and 1 alone. So I think he has to be careful, because you don't want to sacrifice a wicket just so. They've done well, 37 without loss, and they have 1 over left in the power play. And so if they can get another 10, 12 from this over, they'll be in good shape, I would imagine, close to 50. So Kendall Guerra comes into the attack, trying to continue. I was surprised he didn't bowl his full quota in the last game, but he allowed the others to show their capabilities. Maybe he's confident in his own abilities, but he probably wanted to see what is on offer. So now this is an interesting field. There's a short third man. There's a third man on the boundary. There's a short fine leg. There's a cover point, a cover and a short extra cover, as well as a long off, a mid on the mid wicket. And he's going to square leg. There's nobody out there, and that's 4 runs.
Well, whatever happens now, he's done his job. I mean, he could reasonably now say, look, I'm gonna walk here because I've done my job. He's ahead of runs scored as opposed to balls faced, and maybe get someone else in who can run up and down now and save yourself, because he's still got to come out.
Yep. The thing is, if he decides to retire, what does he retire?
Retired out.
Under what clause? As he goes again. Not the kind of contact that he was hoping for.
He can retire out. Wouldn't be the first. Wouldn't be the first in this competition.
Yeah. But I'm thinking he might be thinking he should be able to come back if need be.
No, once you've retired out, that's it.
But that's what I'm saying. If not retired out, then what clause can he achieve that? He's not hurt.
You can feign an injury, I suppose. I know it's not cricket, but you could
pull a muscle.
Yeah.
Nobody could. I don't think we have a specialist here who could detect a back pain.
No, you can claim, that you've got some kind of
niggle.
ailment. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Or you could also say he's not getting enough air, and request.
Or a ventilator.
Yep.
There's a man there for that shot. Played it earlier on nicely. They got a single, but not this time.
When I was at university abroad, we used to get pure oxygen. Out during training, they would bring this canister, and you had like about 4 or 5 hoses around. And Leonardo Julian has to be careful. And his natural instinct is to just push and run, because he's seeing the prospects of a single.
And with someone who was as quick as Julian, that would have been a single. They'd still have to get to the ball, pick it up and get it in. Julian would have been down the other end.
And that's well played. He doesn't need to run for that one. That's gorgeous. Brilliant effort. And so Will Mason is telling him, why do you need quick singles?
Just hit boundaries.
Yeah, when you could do this.
Yes, Ruskin, it was interesting what you were saying about what the students were taking. I've heard quite a lot about what students take when they're abroad to, keep them up and get them, was the right word, high? Yeah. Is that the right way to say it?
Well, in this case, they were just giving us pure oxygen and, to kind of revive And I think they need some of that. There is a catch, but again, he decided not to risk it and decided instead to wait for it to bounce and decided against trying to get it. It's the end of the over and at the end of 6. The power play is up. It's 47 without loss.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
So Kwesi Fornelia is coming into the attack.
Order change right outside the power play. This is Kwesi Cornelia.
So he too had a good outing in the opening game. I'm sure they'll want him to continue in that vein if possible. He had 1 for 31 in that game against the Savannah boys. Immediately he drops on a decent line and a decent length, and they're going to need him to just keep things tight. 47 already on the board. Both batsmen in the 20s. And again, there are two things at work we can't help but stress it enough. Apart from the fielding, the running between the wickets is also a little bit hamstrung. And he went down the wicket after that one. Really took his life in his hand there, Leonardo Julian. And he might have just gotten enough bat on it that he just took it away from the keeper. But he looked like he was in some trouble there when he jumped down the wicket. I don't think we are in trouble with the weather. Seems to be very high clouds, if any at all. See, there he is, down the wicket, and the ball just nudged away from the wicket keeper, who I'm sure would have been anxious, Akil Guerra, to get his hands on that one.
Just an adjustment to the field now. 24 off 22 for Julian, 24 off 18. In fact, Mason is even ahead of Julian as far as runs scored and balls faced. He's been a little bit more free, hasn't he, with his letting his arms go. 51 without loss.
And again, trying to hit it from the crease. And just missing out. Probably trying to hit it too hard. Julian. It was on the legs, though, which is probably why he went hard at it.
we both did, but I made a lot of the possibility that you could wear Mason out by running him up and down, but 24 is already on the board. He's only faced 18, so that tactic, unfortunately, hasn't worked out. Not unless when he comes to field, he can't move. And then you can say, well...
Because he's so spent.
Yeah, we did our work in the first innings, but to be honest, he's done a good job for them.
It's not done yet. He's going for a long one. That's going. Not much Randu could do about that. That's going for a KFC maximum, the first of the day. And the 50 is on the board.
He's just turned this around with, one big blow, 30 off 19 balls now. His whole innings looks different.
And again, hit straight. That's a good shot. This is a long chase for Ramdu. Guess what? They're only taking a single.
Yeah, could only. 31 off 20 now. He really has made a good fist of this.
So that's the end of the over. 7 completed. It's 59 now without loss.
2 more big blows from the big man, and he'll be looking at man of the match, won't he? at this rate, 31 off 20.
Yeah, I could see you climbing up a tree like that.
Not any longer.
I don't know what you're going up there for.
Yeah. Maybe the view. Could have a nice view from up there. In fact, I've spotted where that is. It's just off to the left of our commentary position, way up.
As I was saying, if you continue along that road, it curves that way, and if you continue straight up, you will actually end up by the beach. But it's down the drop.
Which one is that?
The northern range. Well, it's on the north coast.
Oh, okay. So one of the north coast
beach,
beaches.
but there is,
Yeah, you get there.
The ocean is right there. Let's just put it that way. Beach may not be the ideal word, but it's right there, and it's a lovely view as well. From there, I think people who live up there enjoy that environment for precisely that reason. It's a little secluded as well.
Kendall Guerra is ready to bowl his second over.
And that's hit. That's in the gap as well. That's one bounce and over the ropes for another bounce you out there in mid-wicket. A full toss. And for a moment he was flirting with another no ball because of the height. The big fella took a dip.
35 off 21.
Hit it through mid-wicket.
I take it all back. He's played a really good innings here at Mason.
And again, and that's even better. He's really stretching the field here. Oh, that's excellent work. But guess what? Just the 1 run.
Yes, the distance that the fielder had to run. If they, of course, we've been, pointing this out. That the first run would have been run very quickly, and there would have been a second for the pickup and the throw. But 1 it is. He's operating under some limitations here.
But that's good work from Terence James in the field, though, to keep his eyes on the ball, pick it up, because just as he was about to pick it up, the ball just kind of jumped at him, even while he was sliding. That too is well played. That is going to run close to the boundary, and that's even a better bit of fielding there from Junior James. And guess what? They got 2 runs.
This time they made him come back for a second.
That's well played, because he had to wait on it a little bit, then put it away from the man at backward point.
Good stop.
And he's going aerial this time. He should be out caught, and he's dropped it. He just did a magnificent bit of work there, and now Junior James is going to hang his head there, because that was a gift right down his throat. All he had to do was accept it. Well, he accepted it, and then he rejected it all in one. He had it, and then he didn't have it. And because he was moving, he couldn't settle under it. A wide delivery. You need some stickum. Well, as a bowler, that is really deflating because he's already gone for 18, and he's in danger of being plundered around the field. And when you get an opportunity to get a wicket, you're hoping that your fielders will oblige.
Mason is showing no signs of wanting to come out. In fact, he's waving to the dugout for another bat.
You probably want the 6 hitting bat.
Like you said earlier, he's not done yet.
Yep. Steve Smith, I remember, had 20-something bats. You were asking how many bats I had, remember? And he did have a 6 hitting bat, or a series of 6 hitting bats. This is a wide, he's going to have to do this again. And so Steve Smith, and in fact, they brought the bats, and he could tell you the number 12. He could tell you what it is. So you can imagine breaking in 24 bats and could identify each one. On demand, that's another gorgeous shot. They go for 1, and this time they're going to be content with that because Kwesi Fornellier is the one in attendance there to make sure that they only get a single. So at the end of over number 8, it's 70 without loss.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
.70 without loss. Really, they've had they just had the 1 go down. There hasn't been another chance. There've been a couple of shouts for LBW, but that was a genuine chance to take a wicket.
You were asking when you saw the light in the night.
Where is
that?
That
is where it is. And again, a delivery, well pitched up, good flight, but Julian not tempted. I don't know if he threw that up for Mason, if he would be able to show that kind of restraint. So we'll see.
Mason had to jog down there for that single, but that was much more the kind of tempo that he's happy with.
And you see him taking a big look at how his body is lifting when he's breathing there. He's trying to suck in as much air as he possibly can. You look at his upper body, how it kind of rises and falls as he's breathing. An indication that he's really pulling in the air there. Wicketkeeper has to be careful. He may not have any for him to breathe. And he's bowled him. He went right over it. And if anything, he might have also gotten an under edge, but he goes for 37. Ball for Fornellier. 71 for 1.
Well, it was a good effort from Mason. He did his job, going for a big heave down the ground and missed out. Northside Future Stars eventually get a wicket. Who have we got coming out
Mikael
to
Govaya.
the middle? Okay. When you ask a player to do a job, whatever the limitations or whatever the skills of that player are, you have your plan and you have an expectation. For me, he exceeded expectation. That was a good effort from Mason. Well done.
Well, two things. He didn't give the opponents an early breakthrough, so he batted through the power play and beyond. And it was only in the 9th over that the partnership was broken, and they already have 71 on the board. And now Mikael Govaya, who is a very accomplished young man, will be hoping to add to that. And now they got one. They could probably get a second if they hurry, and they do. And a big return coming in there from the other James, Terrence James.
So we see an immediate change in the tempo of running with the introduction of Govaya, who's obviously considerably quicker than Mason, giving Julian the chance to add another.
And just treating it with respect, not really prepared just yet to go helter-skelter after everything.
Yeah, sorry, what I meant was giving Julian the chance when he's on strike to bring that option back. You know, the quick single, Govaya it was, that came through, and they picked up a second run there, which there wouldn't have been had Mason still been in. But enough said about Mason. He's done his job, and a good job too.
So let's see if he can just be meticulous here with the field to Govaya. And now he wants to adjust or make sure his guard is the right one. And very easily done. So they worked out ways to keep churning the tick, keep the scoreboard ticking over. Especially if you're not going to play the big lusty shots, then your best friend would be singles. Chute to Leonardo Julian. And he's gone. That's a lovely shot into the gap, and it goes. That's another KFC maximum as he cracks that over the cover region. That's an incredible shot that goes sailing out of the ground for 6. So 80 for 1 after 9.
Yes, indeed. KFC maximum. Kenroy Williams, the Glenora skipper, said that he fancied 200 given what he'd seen in the competition. He fancied that his batters could get up to 200, or 80 for 1 after 9. He's not far off it, because they could put the foot on the gas a little bit later on. They've got wickets in hand. They've only lost the 1, so he's probably feeling reasonably happy about where I'd say actually that he's feeling pretty good. He'd feel a hell of a lot better if they get up to 200. That would be quite a target.
I was just noticing how you waited until Mason left to mention putting the foot on the gas. So here is Kyle.
Well, he set things up for them, to be honest, Mason.
And these are two young, talented players facing off here. And they're going to come back for 2 runs, so that's good running.
Yeah, it was Julian who was running to the danger end, and he called for the single. Govaya could feel reasonably comfortable that it wasn't going to get to his end.
And again.
Let's just have a look at Govaya now, because he's moved up to 36 off.
Julian,
yeah.
36, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, Julian has gone up to 36 off 28. He just wants to push that with a couple of big shots, and then we'll be talking in the same kind of terms, way ahead of runs scored to balls face. So when you get that kind of, when you get those scores, a couple of your players, they give the balls to other people. They haven't used up all those balls.
Now let's see if they can really get the motor going. They're going to have to hurry here. And a good effort throwing to the non-strikers end. That's the end that Julian was running to.
Gavaya's call. He was happy with it. And having set off early, he knew that he could make it. The field chose the right end. Sorry.
Again, just picking up singles where the gaps are in the field without taking any undue risks. $85 now for one.
That projected score is 176. I think they're going to pass that.
And again, Russian, this could go to the boundary, gets there now. And yes, it does. That's despite the best efforts of the fielder out there in the deep. And they were still able to get the boundary.
He had a long way to run round to his right. It just always seemed to be going away from him.
Yeah, but it was just gathering speed there all the time. Padilla. Good anticipation there on the part of the bowler. So that ends at over number 10. We're at the halfway stage. 42 to Julian, 7 to Govaya. And as the players get some refreshments, let me just tell you the latest score here is 90 for 1 after 10.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
They want to get the inside information. You go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that GMMB culture.
GMMB.
It's banking for you.
So, as we welcome you back here, after the players have had some refreshments, I'm sure they would have been spoken to. Now they reassess. What do you think the plan is for both teams? How should they approach the next 10 overs?
Kendall Guerra's got to find a way to slow down the run scoring. If you can't take wickets, then you've got to stop them from scoring. And at the moment, Leonardo Julian looks well set. Miguel Gavai is still getting underway.
So Trevor Padilla is into the attack and immediately drops on a good line. This young man picked up 4 wickets in the last game. If he has anything like that in this innings, would be fantastic.
Didn't he also pick up a strained muscle?
And cramp. He was attempting a catch. It would have been a fantastic catch.
Yeah, it was a cramp, wasn't it?
Had he held on to it right on the ropes.
Nice hands from the big fella. There's the captain, Kendall Guerra.
Leading from the front, showing them how it should be done. He's fairly deep though, so there might be a possibility of a single in there. And down the wicket he comes, and he gets the outer edge of the bat, and almost like the bat spun in his hand, and you could see Govaya disgusted with himself, almost as if he knew he missed out there.
Changing the field for the left-hander as Leonardo Julian comes back on strike now. 41 of 31, just beginning to get that nice separation between balls faced and runs scored. As I keep saying, a couple of big hits really makes everything look different. 90 for 1.
Plus he does have a few gaps on the onside. Look at it, nobody in front of the bat, close in. And nobody's there as well, and that's gone racing towards the boundary for another 4. Got some width, stood up and got it over the cover region down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, it's the 4 ball and the maximum that you want to try to cut out, and you look first of all to your bowler to make sure that he doesn't give up those deliveries.
And again, only this time there is cover patrolling out in the deep. So they'll happily take the single to end the over, and at the end of it, it's 95 for 1 after 11.
So if your bowler can be disciplined and not give up the 4 or the maximum, when he does, you as the captain working in tandem with the bowler can say, okay, if I am going to get hit, where is the most likely place that it will be? And then you put your fielders there. How many can you have out now? You can have 5, can't you?
So they have options.
You pick your 5 most likely places that you're going to get hit if your discipline falls apart. That's the theory anyway.
So let's see what happens. Kyle Ramsey is back in and he's out caught. Just hit the edge there, and Julian has to go for 46.
a rather simple-looking delivery. We were talking about, being disciplined with your bowling and disciplined with your field setting. The same goes for your batting. You've got to be so disciplined in making sure that those shots, those balls that are offered up, where your eyes light up, that you put away and you don't flash at it. And I think maybe just a little bit from Leonardo Julian, just a little bit of eyes lighting up and a little lack of concentration, and edged it to the keeper. Because he's played so well on that side, that shot, he's played that, late cut shot, he's played so well early on in the innings. And
it was a good catch too, taken by the keeper, because you could just see the ball deviate a little bit, but he kept his eyes on it and was able to gleefully accept it in those big gloves of his.
So Ramdu is going to be a difficult person to chat with later on. He's picked up a wicket. He was talking about his batting prowess. Now we're going to have to listen to him when he talks about his bowling.
Well, it is noticeable that he has dispensed with the hat, with the cap. that might have been his kryptonite when he bowled in the first game. And immediately they're going to go for a quick single. Ramdu realized that he was impeding Govaya. And a little brotherly love there. He decided against throwing it. So immediately off the mark is Kenroy Williams. And that's a good shot. Good bit of fielding in the end, although it might have just gone past him, but he took most of the sting out of it. And denied him the chance at a single there, Sukwa.
Yeah, he wasn't entirely sure of the bounce. It bounced very close to him.
And that's well played again. But just a single. So he's bowling well to his field. He does have protection, as Sheldon has said. There is a long off, a long on, a deep mid wicket. And this time it's cut down. There's a third man as well, and he's able to come across. Makes a nice tumbling save, but was too all the way. So good work all around. Good shot, good bit of fielding, and a nice flat return. Good tumbling effort out in the deep.
Is that Padilla?
And again, he's called into action.
This time it went straight to him, so they were only able to take one. It was a nice throw as well, right over the stumps.
So that ends the over, and at the end of that over, it's 100 for 2 after 12.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the clients. The client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
We were talking about Padilla. We've mentioned him a couple of times. He's coming on to bowl from the Martin Main Road end. Useful cricketer.
Yeah, he really announced his arrival in that first game. And now I'm sure he's looking to really solidify his position in the team. 4 for 20 for Padilla in that game.
Pulled that one down. got away with it.
They played at Savannah Boys and certainly had some good performances. Randu made 50 and Gera made 37, not out.
Did you have to mention Ramdu again?
That's a good shot, but can they get a second? It's not on the cards there. Junior James, doing very well. First he had to cover a fair bit of ground, but he did that well enough. Kept his eyes on it, didn't bobble it this time. He was the one who dropped the catch. So I'm sure he would have learned his lesson. And nice way to manipulate the ball to take advantage of the gaps in the field. And in fact, he might think he probably hit that a little too fine, because look at it, everybody is out on the onside, everybody in front of the bat. And here's another almighty swing there from Govaya. He really wanted to murder that one, as they say. He's probably aiming for the road again. He's probably saying, we haven't had anything go over the road as yet. And this time he cracks that one. That's a brilliant shot. And a good bit of fielding, but it is all in vain, as the ball, Ramdu was trying his best there, but he couldn't take it. So that's 4 runs all the way.
Yeah, an excellent effort from Kyle Ramdu out in the deep. He did move very quickly. I mean, you say he failed to stop it. We can say that, but it's a very, very difficult one.
And again, he's really trying his best, Govaya, to get to that one wide outside the off him. Good bowling from Padilla. And 9 without, well, not for 9 from his, or not for 13, I should say, from his 2 overs. As the over comes to an end, 13 in the books. So 107 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Well, if Kenroy Williams is going to get his side up to the dizzy heights of 200 that he was talking about, he's going to have to get going here. 13 have gone. It's 107 for 2. Plenty of wickets in the bank to play with. But we mentioned about putting your foot to the gas. You've got to go now. They've had a useful platform. Now, can you take it on and build and then finish?
So let's see how Ramdu will go here up against Williams. First up. And really flirting with danger there, just trying to nudge it down to third man. There is a short third man. There is a backward point, cover on the boundary, extra cover deep, and long off. And he's seeking out that man out at the point region, put there specifically for a shot like that.
I would, a while ago, if I was the bowling side, have resigned myself to a single. I'm okay with a single. I just don't want any boundaries or maximums.
And here he was again, as you say, head in the air. He just missed everything. Obviously swinging and swinging hard. And again, trying his best here to really muscle the ball. Not that he has big muscles, but he's a good timer of the ball. Does have shades of Lendell Simmons in his whole setup. And that's well played. That's gone for 4. That's a brilliant shot. And again, we haven't seen much by way of invention or inventiveness in the batting. And but there was a sneak peek there. Said, I'm going to go the other way. And boy, like he caught everybody flat-footed, because nothing that went before suggested that he was thinking of that shot.
Yeah, well played. And just as I say, that they don't want to leap boundaries or maximums, they give one up.
And he's gone. That's another almighty KFC maximum right in the slot there from Ramdu. And, of course, William said, thank you very much. And just belted it over a cow corner and picked up another 6 good-looking runs.
Yeah, a reminder to people watching at home, this is a live broadcast. We don't come up with any voiceovers. And if I said a couple of balls ago they don't want to give up any boundaries or maximums, Kyle Ramdu just offers up one that went for 4 and then one that went for 6. And I don't mean to be nasty to Kyle. He never offered it up. It was taken.
So 119, yeah,
Williams.
119 for 2 at the end of 14.
Yeah, Williams is on 17 off 9. Gavaya 15 off 18. He's yet to get into his work, but Williams definitely now has said, okay, here I am, I'm in, I'm settled, and I'm going to launch.
Gavaya is the way his whole setup now is an aggressive setup. Here he goes again, and that one is hammered again for another boundary. Just one bounce in front of Ramdu, but as quick as he is, he couldn't get across to it. And he was close, he got close, but he's probably the only one on the field there that would have gotten that close, because that was a well-struck ball from Gavaya. So it's attack from both ends now. And again, and that is going to be intercepted comfortably by Ramdu. I just have to say you beat me once going to my right, not to my left. 124 now for 2. Down the wicket he comes, and again he's trying to hustle. They took a lot of the sting out of it, Padilla. And that one was smoked back at him.
That projected score is still only 172. I thought maybe they'd pushed it a little bit further, but not yet.
And at that time he is connected. That's good connection there. And we were wondering when we would get one over the road. And there it is, another KFC maximum. And Mikel Gavaya is on the move now.
Yeah, we were talking about it going, I think we were talking about it going in to the road. That one went over the road and into the yard of the house that's grey painted. Down at the end you'll see it come into your shot. It actually went into their backyard. And there's a gentleman who's having a stroll, Sunday afternoon stroll. He's gone over to say, he's opened the gate, he's gone in there.
Yep.
Can we have our ball back?
He's probably seeing the ball and decided that he's going to go and help out. The one thing though, is there is a fig tree right there. You almost trimmed the fig tree.
They might do a bit of...
Yeah, people are very protective of their trees, especially one that
bears fruit.
Yeah, that could bear you a whole bunch of fig.
Well, he's probably in there picking up the ball and thinking at the same time, well, while I'm here.
Yeah, might as well.
You know, a couple of figs, no one's going to miss them, are
I didn't originally come for this.
but now that I'm here.
And I'm wondering, did he ever get the ball?
No, he hasn't found it yet. He's still nosing around in there.
Trying to figure out where would it have gone?
I'm not kidding, Ruskin, but if that was me, I'm not going and opening any gate in anybody's yard.
Unless he's living there.
For a cricket ball.
Unless he is living there.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it could be, yeah.
Unless the house is under construction and there's nobody living there.
That's true.
At this point in time, because it doesn't seem as if there's any activity.
Especially around here.
But there's a ball is back. I don't know if it's a replacement ball from the third umpire. And again, he's going straight once more. Only this time, it's bouncing going down there to Randu. So just the one run. So all of a sudden, you can see, there it is. There's that ball change.
Yes, it is a changed ball, and our chap is still looking for it.
And just another gorgeous shot. That's even better than the one before. And he just bisected Ramdu moving to his left, and he couldn't get across to it. And his teammate going to his right also could only look at it as it spread across the turf. At the end of over number 15, it's now 136 for 2.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
That projected score has gone up to 181 now. So a few lusty blows may push it up to the 200 mark that Kenroy Williams was talking about. He's at the non-striker's end. It's Ramdu now.
And that's another good shot, but too quick across the turf, so he didn't give himself time to get that single. And again, he's trying to go, but it just bounces in front of long off.
Is that Fornilio down there?
Yep. He was down at this end a short while ago. Couldn't cut off some of the big blows there. Always a single. They might actually get a second run here if they hurry. And that probably was 2 runs if they'd only committed to running the second run. Govaya was the one who seemed reluctant to go back.
Yes, because Govaya, and actually I'm wondering why, because Ramdu had to come away from the stump, so it was the big fella at the back that would have had to come in. He still had some way to go.
And that's the reason why he didn't want to take the second run, because he wanted to tee off for another KFC maximum here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. And we've seen some, Sheldon, on doing to the road. We haven't seen too many go into the field on this side.
No, you're absolutely right. I think that's the second or third that's gone into that house at the back. And that's definitely not a place that you want to go. No, I mean, there are 3 feisty dogs down at that end. I am not going over that fence.
Well, look on the bright side. There are fig trees on this side as well. So there might be somebody there who is able to retrieve the ball for them, although the dogs are there. Also,
yeah, there is a family there. There was a boy and girl came out day before yesterday to return one of the balls.
Yeah, there's somebody up there.
Yes, a little fella. He's normally in the back garden there, so we get the ball back.
But the thing with these dogs, they don't go after the ball. Then you might have gotten a ball that has
some bite marks.
Yeah, some bite marks on it. But they go after whoever is trying to retrieve the ball.
Yeah.
Who may not be in or from the neighborhood or from the yard. So these two have really pushed on nicely as they came together with a score 95. And so they've pushed it up now to a 49-run partnership.
184 is the projected score now.
And again, they're going to go for a quick single. It might be a bye. I don't think he got any kind of contact on that one. And yet it is a bye. So that will be the 50-run partnership with these two. Oh, you were swinging lustily, well away from the ball. And almost as if he wants to make a statement here now. But this man has also done well, Kelroy Williams. And he is going high in the air. Ramdu is trying to track it down to take it himself, and he does. So Williams goes to 23. It's 145 now for 3.
Yeah, job done by Kenroy Williams as well, because he only took 12 balls to get there. Those 23 runs coming in quick time. This is the kind of thing that allows your batsmen to have free rein. When they come in, they can actually take a couple of balls to get in, and then they can launch. So good work from Kenroy Williams. He just got hold of that a little bit high up on the bat. He got a lot of elevation, but no distance. Ramdu held on to that well. He's a good cricketer, isn't he, Kyle Ramdu? I know he comes in for a little bit of stick because he's on our team, but if truth be told, you know, he's an excellent bat. He's super in the field. You'd really be, you know, if you have him on your team, it's a real plus. And I suppose we have to be a little bit helpful and say he's a reasonable little bowler as well, because he's picked up some wickets here.
Yeah, he continued. He picked up 2 in the last game, and here he is again with another brace. So he's doing his bit. And I'm sure after that little discussion there, they'll be hoping that they could get some more. So that ends over number 16. It's 145 for 3. And there you go. This 2 could go for a catch. And he bubbles it, but takes it on the 3rd attempt. Well, it's a tumbling, a diving effort. And Govaya is walking off for 34. But he bubbled it once, the second time, and then eventually he held on to it. For all is there as a Junior James breathing a huge sigh of relief here.
Yeah, the landing as well took the wind out of him, I think. Maybe he was stretched his right hamstring in doing that, because he's hobbled off. Yeah, he just grabs hold of the right hamstring. So he goes off. Padilla went off in a previous game, but there you go. I was looking at the height of the delivery that that pull shot. Just for me, there's a little bit of a suspicion about it being above waist height when it arrived there.
So we have another new batsman at the crease. The 2 who built that 50-run partnership and were going so well have now departed. And it means the Celine Khan, it looks like, is the new batter out there, together with Tashawn Clark, with a number 7+2. And that's well played. In fact, he gets it into the gap. They should get a second. So this is the period now where they feel they have to step on it. There's no tomorrow, so to speak. So Khan is immediately off the mark. And that's well played. He wants a single, but he can't get it. Good tumbling effort there. Talk about Boyd right now, Ramon Diaz, giving the spectators something to cheer about. And again, so this is a good promising start there for Salim Khan. Seems to be finding the middle of the bat quite comfortably. Joshua Clark is having a mighty swing, and they might get a couple. If they hurry, they might get a third, and they just seem disinterested in going for the third run, which was well and truly on, but they were comfortable and happy with 2. So Fonillier trying to pick a pepper here, 2 for 27. And again, he wants a single, but it's not there. Then the throw is an errant one, and they will get it. And we've seen that quite often, when he did all the hard work and then just in his anxiety to get the ball into the wicketkeeper's glove, he threw it away from him. Both batsmen on 3, 17 completed. It's 151 now for 4.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for you.
So some decent scores when you look at it. Julian 46, Mason 37, Govaya 34, and Williams 23. They all got starts.
Yes, it's where we're going to end up. 170, 180 if they really press on, or if things get completely ridiculous, they can get up to 190. But that 200 mark that Kenroy Williams was talking about, I think that's gone now.
Medina, who's been very miserly, is back into the attack now. His first 3 cost him 16 runs. So is this the period here now where they really, as a fielding team, where you could sort of tighten the screws, don't give up boundaries, just try to keep everything in front of you? And there's a strong appeal from LBW, he's out, gone. Khan went right across it, he goes, LBW for 3. So Medina strikes.
Change of ends works for Medina, as you say, going right across that one. Closed the face of the bat a little bit too early. And another wicket goes down. Just as important, actually, for them is the fact that it's a dot ball. They've stopped them from scoring.
So Andy Alexander is making his way out into the middle. But these are some quick wickets now for the north side Future Stars.
Yeah, 5 down all of a sudden.
Yeah, the wickets fell at 95 for 1, or 71 for 1, I should say. 95 for 2, 145 for 3, 145 for 4, and now 151 for 5.
Yeah, those last 3 going down in
6 runs.
Yeah.
Just for the addition of 6 runs.
That's changed the shape. Yeah, Medina now waits to deliver.
And again, a play and a miss. So things changing ever so slightly. This is when you want to be cruising as a batting team and picking up boundaries along the way. And again, using his feet, but looked in real difficulty there. And was probably the most relieved man when he made contact with the ball, because he just seemed to be almost threatening to go past it.
Yeah, the most difficult ones are the premeditated ones.
And this is a nice shot. That's what they're looking for, but the fielder is there, and he takes the catch. That's beautifully judged there by Fornelia. And Joshua Clark goes for 4.
Well, one of the words that we have not used during the festival so far is collapse. and I think that it's appropriate now, isn't it? If we look at the number of, as you were saying, where the wickets have fallen, how many runs have been scored for how many wickets that have gone down. This is a collapse.
Yeah, so again, it's a real sort of revolving door at the moment, but that's a good running catch that is from Fornelia. So 153 now for 5.
Where did the rot set in? Because they were going along so well, weren't they? And then all of a sudden, I think the last 4, is it the last 4 wickets that have gone down in fairly quick time?
So 153 for the loss of 6 wickets here now.
And what were we on when it was the 3rd wicket down?
145.
Yeah, 145 to where we are now. 4 wickets have gone. That's the damage.
Yes, another good little peel, and the umpire says not out. And I could imagine Medina telling the umpire, get in the game, umps, as he takes his hat and walks away. A double wicket over for him, 2 runs as well. He'll take that every time. 153 for 6 after 18.
How we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
190 is out of the equation, I think.
Yeah, you have 2 over, you have 12 balls. And here's another one. There might have been a drop catch there as well. So just not holding on to their gear up.
180 is now out of the equation after that ball.
Let's see what Fornelia has to offer. Just took a good running catch. And that's well played. So good cricket all round. And well taken single. Even though it was very close to the fielder, they had more than enough time to complete that run. Ramon Diaz can't do anything about it.
Guerra going over to the offside. Now he's going to take up a position at extra cover, I think.
And another almighty swing, but not making contact, Alexander.
Okay, 170's out of the equation then. We're going backwards here, Ruskin.
Down the wicket he goes, and it's aerial. Ramdu is settling under it, and he cannot haul it in. He got his hands to it, but he couldn't haul it in. Now, it would have been a difficult catch. It is a KFC maximum, but it would have been a difficult catch because he basically ran out of real estate there and was reaching for it. And the ball just seemed to burst through his hands just as he was trying to haul it in, maybe throw it back into the field. He never got a chance to do that because it just went right through his hands.
Yeah, that was over the rope as he had his hands to it.
And again. And they're going back for a second run. It was a late decision. And now the wicketkeeper had gone to cover the bowler's end. The bowler just picked up the ball, spun around and threw it. There was nobody home.
Luckily there was a man backing up because there was no wicketkeeper, as you say.
Yep.
He'd done the good job, actually, which was to back up at the bowler's end.
And again, he's decided, since he's come out there, he's going to have a go, not really stick around. In fact, there's no time for them to stick around. The end of the over, as Alexander goes to 9, it's 1-6, or to 10, I should say, 164 for 6.
Well, they should make the 170 now then.
So just the 1 over left. So you say 170, 172.
Well, with that kind of hitting, I mean, if it gets ugly and they go to 10, then it would be 174. But you never know; it could get to 15 if it's if they get a couple of maximums, or a maximum and a couple of boundaries.
That's what the doctor ordered here, a couple of boundaries. Let's see if the doctor is paying a visit to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex.
Well, they've both got good swings. We've seen that already. They've both got a nice swing of the bat. The difficulty is that they're going to have to try and swing against Kendall Guerra. Kendall Guerra has kept himself, like you said from the other night, he didn't bowl out, but he's going to wrap things up here.
Let's do that again. Yeah, so as he starts the final over, starts it with a wide. What he doesn't want to do is to give away too many extras. Certainly don't want to bowl a no ball. And because a no ball gives the batting team a slight advantage the next ball. And a no ball now for height. So just as I was referencing a no ball, talk about a commentator's curse.
Well, you've done it a couple of times, actually. But that's the nature of the beast, isn't it? It's going to happen.
And taking his time, does it go? He gets good contact with it. The fielder thought for a moment that he was in the money until he realized that he was playing with house money there, and it just sailed over his head. So another KFC maximum.
Yeah, a good, powerful hit, that one. And as you say, the fielder had his eyes on it all the way, but quite early on he realised that was going over the boundary.
let's do it all over again because he was going wide and paid the price.
Gear up, coming in for a bit of stick from the crowd. Shouts of he's hiding it, umpire. I think the umpire was aware of that.
And again, so is just all going wrong for Guerra here, the skipper. And he took on the responsibility to bowl the final over.
Sorry, I just heard a better one. The one previous was he's hiding it, but that last one was he freed you.
And that's better. And he gets a round of applause from some of the spectators. That's the thing with Trini spectators, you know, they have an answer for everything you're doing wrong.
Yes.
So if you don't connect, they'll tell you how to bat. If you bowl and you bowl wise, they'll tell you how to bowl and what to bowl. You drop a catch, they have the recipe. Here it is again, just peels off a thickish outside edge and it goes screaming away down to third man for another boundary. Doesn't matter how they come, as long as they come. So this could get ugly real quickly. It's now 174 for 6. He's bowled 3 wides and a no ball.
Yeah, he's gone for 10
He's
so far.
Yeah, 1 legal delivery so far. And let's do that again. It's just big swing and a miss.
Yeah, 10. They were 164 at the end of 19. So we said 10 would get them up to the 170. But 15, 16, 17, that was painful to go for that in the last over. Just when you thought you had them.
And this time he decides to check rather than go through and bowl another lollipop. Decided he will hold on to that case of ball until another time.
I haven't seen one of those for ages.
In the air again, this could be another wicket. Well caught by Ramdu. He was going for the fence there, Alexander, and caught out in the deep.
Can't keep him out of the game, can you? We've already had him with the ball. Here he is in the field, and in a short space of time, we're going to see him with the bat. That one went right to him. Well held by the young man, Kyle Ramdu.
So 178 now for 7.
20 off 11 was that. That was a reasonable score, wasn't it?
Yeah, so it's Daniel Holder. No time to settle in here. He just has to come and have a go. 1 legal delivery left. Can he get a boundary? I always wonder why, with 1 delivery to go, why are you taking a guard? You just you just want to swing the bat from anywhere you position, even if you're behind the stump.
Old habits, I suppose.
I'm sure there are about 5 guards out there.
Yes.
Choose one.
Yeah, take one.
And I'm just trying to figure out what was the shot he was trying to, it was a scoop he was trying to execute.
That was comic in the end.
And in the end, he hit it onto his chest or to the grill. And then he fell backwards because he was trying to get his head out of the way. Now I'm trying to explain something that was almost inexplainable.
Well, here it is.
And it just jumped at him. So the innings comes to an end. And the more you look at it, the more it looks more chemical. 178 for 7. He struck it right into his own chest. And it ended up 178 for 7. Baliram remains on 2 not out. And Holder not out. So 178 for 7. It means that Northside Future Stars, the presidential insurance, GLENORA, made 178 for 7. So Northside, they will have 179 to make for a victory. Of course, this is what it looked like when they were put into bat, GLENORA. And that was no ball. But this man, Mason, was swinging for the fences together with Leonardo Julian. Keon Mason put on a good partnership of 71 runs before they were separated. And that was when he was separated, a beauty there. And then Julian kept going. And he kept playing these amazing shots, showing his full repertoire. And then just trying to nudge one down to third man. He departed for a well-played 46, a top score of 46. And this was Michael Govaya and Kenroy Williams coming to the party. And they were almost going shot for shot at one stage, as they really plundered the ball to all parts. And another dramatic catch here. It was simple and then it became acrobatic in the end. And that was a close one. And they just kept going big ones. And good catching as well down in the deep. But runs, that's what they wanted. And this man, Alexander, came and he just swung, made a brisk 20 until Ramdu had him caught, or was caught by Ramdu of Guerra's bowling. 178 for 7 in the end. And it means 179 for a victory for Northside Future Stars. Can they get that? Find out when we come back.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that GMMB culture.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the clients. The client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that GMMB culture.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the clients. The client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here, as we get ready for the reply from the Piers Tent and Scaffolding Northside Future Stars, they need 179 for a victory. Once again, let me thank our sponsors for making this possible: KFC, JMMB, Cans Poultry, Blue Waters, Dixie, Black and White Scotch Whisky, Beckles Environmental Services, and Lion Brand from the National Flour Mills. And of course, Sheldon, have you tried the Lion Brand Polori mix?
I haven't yet, and I am partial to Polori. I do like Polori. I like Polori doubles, Dalpuri roti, bus-up shot. So I mean that's my usual fare. But I haven't tried that particular Polori mix. However, if you're recommending it, I think I'll check it out at the grocery.
Yeah, you should check it out as well. So it's going to be Mikel Govaya who's going to pick up the attack.
I've tried one of the other products that we have a sponsor for. That was the black and white.
But that's not, you can't make Polori with that.
No, I can't.
If you do, it would be a different kind of Polori. And it might have a little zing to it. You just don't know. So, Jesse Sukwa and Kwesi Fornelia are the two men opening the baton.
Is 179 to win too big a task for the Northside Future Stars? Well, I had a chat early on with Kendall Guerra, and he was confident that his batting lineup could chase down 200. Far less 179.
Well, this man could make all the difference here in Mikel Govaya if he can strike early. He can make a world of difference in this contest. And they're going to need him to strike early as well.
Nice looking shape. Got it up there as well. And some turn.
Yep, a little bit of bounce as well. Does have a fairly high action. And he's a little bit rangy, a little wiry. And that's well played, but brilliantly stopped as well. Nothing given there as Baliram made that stop.
Yeah, I'm glad you called his name, because with a stop like that, he deserves to be noted.
It was either he stopped it or it hit him, because that was struck with real power by Sukwa.
Those are, for me, the nicest places to field. Anyway, anywhere from backward point cover, extra cover, I'm okay with that.
So now they've made a quick adjustment, and they've swung the field around a little bit. So now Baliram goes to the onside short mid-wicket, and they've brought everybody a little bit to their right. So, and they've also pushed the long on back on the fence and brought long off into mid off. And he decides to bowl a wide after all the adjustments.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he pushed that one wide because of the field adjustments that he's made, because there's no one out in the deep here.
And just a little tickle that will net them a couple of runs.
Is that Mason doing the chasing? Surely not.
And they picked up two runs, just a little nudge.
Mason, I think, is down in the deep, isn't he?
Long on.
Yeah, so he's not going to do any chasing. He's done all the running that he wants to do for one day.
Govaya again forcing a sort of a back foot drive that doesn't get through to end the over. 3 from it, 3 without loss after 1.
Yeah, it's a good start. You want to keep your opposition quiet early on. Don't want them taking a flyer.
So it's an interesting time here in this game, because when you're batting in the second innings, you have everything kind of laid out in front of you, so you could pace your innings. However, you would also like to see if you could get a good start and make some quick runs. But Daniel Holder, I'm sure, is going to have something to say about that. And again, early wickets. So he will always want to pick up an early wicket or two just to put pressure on the batsman. So there's a little bit of indecision as to what the exact field is going to be here. So there's a fine leg and a square leg. Those are the 2 men out. And that's driven beautifully. Now they're going to have to hurry. They return. He's going at the bowler's end, but the wicketkeeper's end might have been a better option. Nevertheless, the batsman scampered through.
It was hit very hard to the mid-on fielder. Good stop. And I think he did have a shy at the bowler's end first, and it went past very, very quickly to the for the keeper to pick up in the end, because it was so straight. So we had 2 goes, if you like, 2 bites at the cherry.
Hold on, not ready yet. He's bowling to Sukwa now. And Sukwa trying to just nudge it. Seemed to like that shot on his legs, just to turn it, not trying to hit it too hard.
I like that shot as well, with the pace coming off the ball, because there's no one at square leg and there's no one in that circle there that could have stopped that. So you're really looking if he either he gets it nice to the boundary or maybe even picks up 2.
And again, nice straight left. They're going to have to hurry again, but they do. And they will get a comfortable single. So Fornelia is the one who is back on strike now. He's on 1. He does give the ball a good whack. So I'm sure they'll be expecting him to do some damage here. I noticed Holder had missed his run on 2 occasions, but he's gone through and delivered the ball all the same. That's more like it. And but this one is going to be placed into the gap. And nothing Govaya could do with that. That's 4 runs.
Nothing has changed from day one. We're at game 6, and from the very get-go, the outfield has been very, very quick. I like that about this this ground. You get real value for shot.
So hold up. They've decided that they're going to bring the long on. Still pushed him back. That's Govaya, but they've also brought the slip out, and he's positioned now at mid-wicket. So there's a straightish mid-wicket and a squarer mid-wicket. Both of them at the edge of the circle, though. Mid-on is neither here nor there. He's not in the circle, but he's 3/4 of the way back, so he's not right back on the boundary at long on. That's Govaya. And the mid-wicket, or the mid-on, the square leg is being brought to the wrong to his left. There's a short backward square and a fine leg in the circle. And he's driven this one into the gap in the offside. Through extra cover it goes. And 2 runs quite comfortably.
You take a risk if you don't make the dive and you think, I'll run this one down. You take a real risk, because once it gets past you, it gets to the boundary very quickly. That time it paid off.
Bowled him, neck and crop. He went right across it, and he was bowled all over the shop. A brilliant Yorker, and Fornelia goes for 7. Holder strikes. It's 11 for 1.
Off stump flattened there. Lovely delivery. Great sight for someone who's got a bit of pace.
Timber.
To see it flattened out there. Going for a nice big drive. Missed out and ends up being bowled.
That was a peach of a delivery. A little bit of curl in the air as well. It went right under the bat and into between the bat and pad. And bowls him neck and crop. So that's the early breakthrough that they were looking for. So Andre Medina is the new batsman. So at the end of the 2 overs, 11 for 1 after 2. Govaya it is who is going to continue from that bottom end or the Diego Martin main road end. Now, this is interesting. He does have a slip, a short third man, a backward point, a cover, an extra cover, and a long off on the offside. Deep mid-wicket on the fence. And immediately he's called into action there. They go for 1. They want 2, but they're not going to get it. Because what a good return that is from out in the deep. Coming over and really attacking the ball. Making it difficult for them to contemplate a second run. So Andre Medina is set to face up to Govaya. This one is in the air. That is going a long way and it's gone. Another KFC maximum. First ball he faced. And he says, I like this. And he got under it, got a lot of height, but he also got enough distance to drop the off spinner over the ropes. Had to fetch it, but he did that well enough. So now they've decided the long on is going to go back on the fence as well. Mason rather, and this time just hitting the outer edge. So the big fellow made his intentions very clear with one swing of the bat. He's gone past Sukwa. Daniel's in the way. But a much quicker delivery this from Govaya. 10 runs taken off him so far. Sure he would want a wicket to kind of feel a little bit better about his bowling. He's not going to get it there. As that concludes the third over of the innings, and at the end of 3 it's 18 for 1.
We saw just how bouncy the track can be, because that's a spinner and that's played almost up in the rib area. It's nice and comfortable, but that bounce is really true for me. And once the batsmen once they get used to that bounce, whether it's from the seamers or the spinners, you know whether to come forward or to go back. But it is a bouncy track.
Well, let's see if Holder can take advantage of that bounce. He didn't need the bounce when he disrupted the furniture behind Fornellier. Bowled him neck and crop for 7. And now Medina, who struck that big blow, waits. And he's trying to pull that one through the onside. Again, trying to pick it up from maybe outside the off stump. And obviously favors the onside. Not a bad delivery going across the right-hander. Slower delivery again. Good change of pace. And with the change of pace, the lack of bounce.
Yeah, and it was really full as well if you look at where that pitched.
And it is amazing the kind of instructions you get as a batter or as a bowler coming from the stands. You get every imaginable option. And that's well played. Go fires it in. I think he'd be better advised to fire that towards the wicketkeeper because he's such a brilliant fielder and he has such a powerful arm that sometimes his own teammates may be unable to catch up with the ball if it's just off target. And there's the information being shared for all to hear. Top edge, and the catch is taken. Well, and there it is, the big fella with the drop shot. And he takes the catch, trying to pull it to Sukwa. Daniel strikes again.
Yeah, it was up there for him to hit. A miss-hit, however, and it just dropped comfortably in the hands of the fielder.
So, Mason.
Still got enough energy after his innings.
So Holder now has 2 and it's 20 for 2.
Yeah, 2 down. That wasn't what they were thinking about. "20 runs on the board." This really is about making sure that you've got some big hitters who can eat into this total quite quickly. You don't want the bowling side, that's GLENORA, to get on top here and start dictating the direction of the game. And at the moment, with 2 wickets down, they're going to feel a little bit more comfortable. Plus, there is still the matter of 179 runs to achieve. Although they've knocked off 20, that's not enough for them to start feeling comfortable.
So Kendall Guerra, the skipper, is at the crease. And immediately he's off the mark and may not get a boundary. The ball is getting close to the third man fence, but it's quickly corralled.
That was a good chase, by the way. Quite a few balls have gone off the outside edge of the bat and gone with that kind of speed to the boundary, but whosoever it was that was chasing that one down, that was a good chase. And they hauled it in.
So was it a Roston chase? Well played again. That too could go very close, if not into the boundary. In fact, it's getting there now. And very, very businesslike is Guerra, the captain, and making his intentions very clear. So he quickly goes to 6, and the over comes to an end. A successful one at that for Holder. So he has 2 for 15. It's 26 for 2 now after 4.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
So Kenroy Williams is coming into the attack.
Yeah, the skipper has decided to take up the gauntlet then. Let's see what he can offer up. He has a practice delivery. Become kind of standard, hasn't it?
Just trying to get the adrenaline pumping. And get the ball in action, get through the ball in action. See if it works or not. That's a quick delivery.
He has a little look at it.
And Ken trying to go across it, and he's out. He was coming right across it. Andrew Medina tried to turn it, missed it, and he sees that dreaded finger. So Williams strikes with his second delivery. Medina goes for 8.
Well, no one's happy when they get given out, but Medina did stay there for a bit.
He was trying to turn it, missed it, struck on the pad. The umpire took a while, but then once you see that finger start to come up like that, so it's a fait accompli. Well, he did bring the pad inside slightly to try to make contact, and that was when the appeal came.
Keeper and bowler had no hesitation. They were both very confident.
Watch out how he brings the leg across, and that's almost adjacent. He brought the leg right across the line of the ball, and
heading for leg stump.
Yep, 26 for 3 now. And Kyle Ramdu makes his way out.
As a batsman, you think you know where you are, but that little movement in towards the stumps, especially if, let's say, you were on leg stump. If your batting position was leg stump, you only need to move a slight bit over, and then that pad is in the way. You still feel aggrieved because you think that's going down leg.
Yep.
But you've moved inside.
Yeah, you can see he distinctly brought the leg across, more to the middle stump. So once he was struck there, the umpire is saying that will either hit middle or leg or both.
Yeah.
And he had to make a decision, and the height, if there's anything, would have been height, and I don't think that was an issue in the end. So 26 for 3. Kyle Ramdu, who had a unbeaten knock the last time out, is at the crease, and immediately he's gifted a run because he seemed to have the barrier down well set, and then the ball, it's fair to say, went right through him. You don't see that too often.
So you've got the left hand, right hand combination. We've got the tall figure of Kendall Gera, the Northside Future Stars skipper, on strike. Al Ramdu, one off the first ball. He's at the non-strikers. And the other skipper, we've got skipper to skipper now because Kenroy Williams it is who's got ball in hand. He's already picked up a wicket. There's 1 run off the over and 3 balls left in the over.
Yeah, Ramdu made 50, an unbeaten 50 the last time out. Gera didn't get the bat. It wasn't needed. Here's another quick one, and height is what probably saved him there, and the umpire indicating that. Close shave. Yeah, might have just been jumping over.
Yeah, and when you get hit the top of the pad with the height that Gera's got.
Going hard, that's brilliant fielding there again from Govaya, and he rockets a return to the keeper, and all looks so good. And Leonardo Julian just had to remove the bail. And this time he struck on the pad again. Not out, says the umpire. And Williams is thinking, he's celebrating as if the umpire had given the wicket. He can't believe it. So a lot of conjecture as to that one. But at the end of it all, It was very close indeed and might have been height again, but the umpire was convinced that it was not out. And even though Williams felt otherwise, he can't believe it. But it's the end of the over, pretty good over, you would have to say, creating all sorts of problems, especially for Guerra. And at the end of it, it's 27 for 3.
Yeah, a couple of good shouts from Kenroy Williams. It's tricky when you've got someone who is that tall, someone getting wrapped on the pads under normal circumstances. You know, you'd say, you know, that's a really good shout. But he's not just tall, he's exceptionally tall. So just imagine getting hit at the top of the pad from someone with that kind of height. No. I mean, it's got to be something a little bit lower.
So it's going to be Joshua Clark who's going to pick up the attack now. The man with the unusual number of 7 plus 2.
Yes, because there's another 7 on the team, isn't it? It's Kenroy Williams who was just bowling.
So he has decided that he is going to take and add 2 to the number.
Yes,
he doesn't want 9, so he takes 7 plus 2. He doesn't want 8, but he takes 7 plus 2, if you will.
Right in behind that one.
Yeah, so with all is said and done, though, this pair has a job to do. They have a Herculean task of getting their team out of this mire here. When you lose 3 wickets in the power play, you know you're up against it. It's 27 for 3. We're in the 6th and final over of the power play, of the first power play. And this is going to take some getting. 152 from 89 deliveries. Pressure. Nicely played into the gap. And again, going across there and doing well is Holder.
Ramdu, as he did the other evening, just knocking the first couple of balls around. Have a look. Don't try and do anything spectacular right from the get-go. And as you said, he's coming in off the back of an unbeaten 50.
And there's another little nudge. They're going to have to hurry, but he does well. And they're going to get the second run. It's just right there on the square, literally. And there were 2 players, the wicketkeeper plus and the bowler. There were 3 players there, but neither one of them could corral the ball and deny them the chance of that second run. They were brave and they got through with it.
Yeah, that looked comic, the second run, to be honest. I can't believe that there was a second run there, and yet they took it, and they were even thinking about a third.
Edged and into the gap it goes, down to third man for 4. So again, brave but productive.
There's that bouncy track that we're talking about. And getting it up to a guy of Kendall Guerra's height is tricky at the best of times. And you'd have to hope to have a little bit more pace maybe than Joshua Clark has got. Didn't trouble Guerra.
And turning it on the onside this time.
And you can see how quickly Kyle Ramdu is there. Anything that goes off the bat behind the stumps, he's right down there. And because Guerra is quick, I mean, he's, he's a tall guy, long legs, so he covers the ground very quickly. He's going to be at the end where there's less of a risk. It's Ramdu, who's very, very quick out of the blocks, who gets there. So they're forced to throw to the longest part. By the time they do, Kendall Guerra's down there safely.
And turned away, they should get through quite comfortably. And all this excellent fielding and a good return as well. But 2 runs all the same, as the batsmen were. The shot was very well played again by Ramdu. Found the gap, 37 for 3 at the end of 6. That's the power play.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
So 37 for 3 after 6. And just by a comparison here, at the end of the power play, when GLENORA batted, they were 47 without loss. So it's that wickets column that is the big disparity there.
Is it Williams again?
Yep, he's back for his second over. 1 for 10. And he's bowled him. Brilliantly done this time. And Ramdu, or rather Guerra, has to go for 13. Bowled neck and crop by his opposite number.
Yeah, big swing. Got the line wrong. And they would have liked to have seen him out there for a little bit longer than the 8 balls that he faced for the 13 runs that he scored.
And yeah, you would imagine that with his departure, a big chunk of their hopes went with him.
Yeah, that looked like the partnership that could do some damage.
But this is the partnership that actually bailed them out in the last game when Akil Guerra came. So one Guerra is replaced by another.
Do we know what the partnership was? I mean, I know that's asking a lot to go back and have a look and see just how many this pair put on. And the only reason I asked that, Ruskin, is because Ramdu has come out with the same kind of shape and attitude, I think, that he ended that innings with. Nice and calm, looking compact and competent.
Just they actually put on 92, an unbroken 92-run partnership for the 4th wicket, and because they took it from 57 for 3 and got them over the line to 149 for 3.
57 for 3 last time round, 37 for 4 this time round. So yes, the task is even more difficult. Yeah, not there.
Yeah, this is not the time to. Well, you're kind of like between a rock and a hard place. You have to take risks to try to get runs, but you don't want to take too many risks because you don't want to lose any more wickets. So you're really in a bit of a vice here as to what the approach will be.
That was Holder swooping in to pick up that one. He's been moved now to the deep mid-wicket boundary. That's going to just push him around a little bit.
Yeah. Andy Alexander has been put into that short mid-wicket position. And it's more like a catching position more than anything else, because I don't know if you could expect him to swoop in there fleet-footed.
Yeah, sorry, I'd misidentified where they'd put him, because it's the left-hander who's on strike, isn't it?
Yep. So, so Ramdu has some work to do here. Can he get his team out of danger? But he and Akil Gera, they think for a moment of a single, and a little bit of hesitation. They watched each other and then decided, nope.
Yeah, you just want to have a look at what the fielders are doing. So I like that, the fact that they took 2 steps forward, they both stopped. Let's see what happens there. No, leave it.
And again, Guerra's going for that big hee-ho there and telling himself he's in the money with that one. But there is a deep square leg as well, just to the left of the umpire, but on the fence. And if he saw that replay of when the other Guerra departed, he probably would resist playing that shot. Now they're going to have to hurry, and they do. And they'll get another single to end the over. So at the end of 7, it's 38 for 4 now.
Yeah, so that was a similar shot to a delivery that they'd already faced, where they said, no, we're not coming. That one went just to the left of the fielder, and they said, yeah, this time let's take it. These are 2 good young batsmen here, and as Ruskin was saying a moment ago, they had a partnership of
92.
I mean, that was the game, really, wasn't it? You get a 92 in a T20, you pretty much hope that your other players are going to be able to fill in the rest of the numbers that you need. So let's see whether Ramdu, who is he on strike now? He's at the non-strikers
end. It's at the non-strikers end. Yeah. It is Guerra.
Guerra's down there taking guard, the left-hander. 38 for 4.
Guerra made an unbeaten 37 in that partnership, while Ramdu stole the show with his unbeaten 50. But together they certainly took their team over the line. They need to do even better here. It's 38 for 4, and they're in dire straits. And there's another one onto the pad, another stifled appeal. To lose another wicket here would be tough.
Yeah, when things get to this point, few runs, loads of wickets down already, everything that happens deserves an appeal, doesn't it? And a shout for anything.
Yeah, it's almost like if you have a referral in your back pocket and something is close, you take it just to see. Wouldn't hurt. And that's kind of like what the appeal is like at this stage. You want to convince the umpire.
Stays down low in his batting stance until the very last second as the bowler runs in, and then it's slightly more upright once the ball is delivered. That's the batting style of Akil Gera, who's faced 7 deliveries for his 1 run.
Well, and this is, like I said, this is kind of like it's a mindset. How do they navigate this period and still give themselves a chance? And that will help. Although it doesn't get you a boundary, at least it rotates the strike. And they did that very well in the last inning together.
It can be very frustrating if you get players who will tap it around for a single here, tap it around for a single, couple of dots, and you think, we've got this under control. All of a sudden, there's a tap for 6 and a boundary, and you just get deflated. You think you've got everything under control, and they start hitting big shots.
That's well played again, but GLENORA wouldn't mind that because they're able to keep everything in front of them, as we say, and don't let the scoring get out of hand.
It's almost like, I don't know if you play darts at all, Ruskin. When they want to hit certain numbers, and they're very, very clever at knowing where to go after they've hit a certain number. But once they get that, target set,
they just hammer away at it.
Yeah, and it's like that shot that we saw from Ramdu where he hit down the ground. Okay, that's the shape that I want. Whenever I see that delivery coming here, if it's just a little bit off, that's the one that I can really free my arms from with and go towards the scoreboard. So that they're not feeding him, but by putting that delivery there, he's just testing it.
Oh, that's well bowled, brilliantly done, and a return that also strikes the stump. But Guerra, very alert, got his foot back behind the line quickly. So that ends over number 8, and you look at it there, he was off balance, and then he just got the foot down in time to deny him that run out there. So at the end of it, it's 40 for 4.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
I talk about eating up balls and making sure that you have runs in the plus column and more balls than you score more runs than balls faced, and at the moment that's not the case for Guerra. However, given the state of the game, he has to get himself in, and he has to be really in before he starts taking a risk. Ramdu, I'd say the same thing, and because this pair scored so heavily in the last game, I would roll the dice with them and say, okay, we know what you want to do, you guys go for it. There's a new bowler,
Stefan Bissoon. It starts with a wide. Once you venture outside the batsman's pads in the limited overs game, the umpires are almost always inclined. And again,
this is also quite similar. Let me have a look at what you're doing, and when you put it in my hitting zone, that's when you're going to go.
So he does have a long off, a long on, deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square. For the third ball in a row, he produces a wide. So he's yet to bowl a legal delivery, so we're not quite sure how well he can bowl. He's going to have a little word here with his captain, Williams.
And I don't know if you noticed, but after Ramdu played and missed that shot, he had a good look at exactly where the two fielders are, because if he's going to go down there again, he's shown him 3 times. So when he sees that shape, he knows where those two fielders are.
And much better this time. So he does get one legal delivery in. So let's see if that settles him down a little bit now, and see if he will stay there. Stroke nicely, but he does well to his own bowling until he allows them to steal a single.
3 or 4 strides from Ramdu's, not short, gets him down from the striker's end to the non-striker's end. That's all he took, 3 or 4, and he really didn't race down there. So good running from him, and Gera now comes on strike.
Again, bowling a fairly full length, and but being very watchful, both batsmen. Again, they don't want to take a risk because he might be able to produce a googly or something that they're not familiar with. And just as I say so, they squeeze one away for a couple and actually gets a boundary despite the best efforts there of Holder.
Yeah, nice looking shot, and again, if we haven't said it a million times already, the pace of this outfield really did for him. Didn't matter that he was pretty quick. The ball was quicker.
Again, nice, generous flight, and just putting it down in front of the batsman there. But neither one prepared, at least not just yet, to have a go. They look up at the scoreboard and they see it's 48 for 4 with work to do. They still need 131 more. Again, nicely played, nicely placed, and easy single. Good cricket all round. Good delivery, but well played. So at the end of the over number 9 is 49 for 4 now.
I'd be okay with that because there were 9 off the over. You know, so it just you want to begin to climb up there. 9, 10, 11, 12. Have a few big overs. All of a sudden, you're into the 14th or 15th over, and you're just within touching distance. If you don't lose any more wickets by that time, you're 4 down with 5 overs to go. Got a good partnership building. The whole picture will look a bit different. It's 11 and over that they require, so they haven't started motoring yet, but when these two do, no doubt they'll close that gap.
So the key here is to probably get to the 10 overs and then just kind of do an assessment and see how they go. There's just 1 over away, so they just need to see out this over and not be separated. And then maybe after the break, they will start with the long ball approach. Clark again.
Yeah, it got out to the man in the deep quite quickly, didn't it? So there was just the one. They had a look.
Yeah, Clark is bowling at a good enough clip that if you get under him, you can really launch him very far. He has pace on the ball. He doesn't. I don't think he has a slower one or a kind of variation. But he seems to want to bowl each delivery faster than the one before. And that can give the batsman swinging room.
Just been picked off. Again, this is very similar to their previous partnership. Really being very clever, making sure that they cut out the number of dots. And if you are going to have some scoring, even if it's one, come back for that big hit.
Yeah, so the field is nicely spread, so it's a very quiet period as well. And good bowling, good fielding to his own bowling. And to his credit, he's attacking the stumps. So he's also making it difficult for the batsmen to even if they wanted to get at him, because the fact that he's attacking the stump so much, it becomes very difficult for them to get at him without taking a risk or two. And that's exactly what they don't want, at least not in this over. And again, he is bang on target. So they're doing all the right things right now, GLENORA. Frustrating the batsmen. They pair tent and scaffolding Northside Future Stars. And remember, their victory target is 179. They're a long way away from that. And they've already lost 4 crucial wickets. They need 128 more, and they have 62 balls to get there. And just a single. So good disciplined bowling right now.
Nice contact still. Nice shape there from Guerra. 9 off 18, so long way from getting even, that parity and then going over. But he looks good. Same with Ramdu. Both batsmen looking good.
So 52 for 4. And again, you could see they're playing for the end of the over so that they can do an assessment. And here it comes. So after 10 overs, it's 53 for 4 after 10.
And we're going to have the Blue Waters drinks break.
So now they get an opportunity to do their assessment and hopefully come back with a new plan after the break. And when they start their assault, we'll be back to bring it for you.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble a pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank. Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team. realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Welcome back to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, where we have a very interesting contest on our hand at the halfway stage. The Pier Tent and Scaffolding Northside Future Stars, they need a further 126 runs, and they have 60 deliveries in which to get there. And Stefan, what do you think, Sheldon? What do you think is the approach from here on out?
Well, once you get to 12 and over, you're going to struggle. And that's where it is at the moment.
And immediately they're off and running, an indication that things are going to change now. And that was to be expected, I would imagine. You're going down dying, I suppose.
Yeah, that was a poor bit of running, to be honest. They thought that it was going to be four.
Yep.
Mind you, could they have come back for a third? I doubt it. It got out there very quickly, didn't it?
Well, from the time they broke their momentum.
Sorry, they didn't come back for a second.
And that's better. That's in the gap. That too could get, that has the legs to get to the boundary. No, the big fella does very well indeed. And limit them to just the 2 runs. So that's excellent work out there by Mason. As if to say, I still have a little bit in the tank, and I actually made a good inside of the foot pass.
Yeah, so they were a run short on the first one. They should have had 2, but they were a little bit boundary watching, if you know what I mean. They thought that was going to go for 4, and it was too late to come back for the second. That one they did come back for the second, didn't they? So
yep. And they got it comfortably as well.
Yeah.
So now they're just adjusting the field because they know both batsmen are probably going to go for broke here now. But that's well bowled. Keeping them quiet. Leonardo Julian trying to make sure that they get all the angles right from behind the stumps. And this one is hit over the head, just not able to get up there. For a moment, he thought he was in with a chance, and the ball just seemed to curl away from him.
2 deliveries left in the over. This one, as you say, just about gets over the top. And came through for a single. 4 off the over so far, 2 deliveries to go. They need a boundary or a maximum.
Here's Ramdu playing well, and can push in nicely, but we'll have to settle for just the one run. But it's good fielding and good shot making too. You don't want to just go gung-ho at everything.
5 off the over so far.
But you're probably going to want a boundary of every over the rest of the way, if not one, more than one. But the over comes to an end. A good over in the end. 59 for 4 now after 11.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you don't go for boundaries or maximums, but then you look round as a bowler at your own figures, and you've gone for 6. So you haven't shut them out completely. You've limited them. You've made the equation, a touch more difficult. It's gone up to 13 now. And because the overs are going to disappear very, very quickly now, both of these need to meet in the middle and say, risk time has arrived. We really do have to take a risk.
Somebody has to go at least one, if not both. And this man has done a decent job since coming into the attack. And Joshua Clark has really kept things very tight indeed. His 3 overs cost 16 runs. And I was just going to do a quick comparison. After 10 overs, the GLENORA Sports were 90 for 1. After 10, they were 53 for 4. The Piers, Tent and Scaffolding Northside Future Stars. And that's good bowling again. Just keeping the batsmen honest. Not giving them much to work with, and it's primarily because he's attacking the stump so much.
Yeah, they've got a good attack, haven't they? GLENORA, nice balance, a bit of spin from the Digger Martin Main Road end. There's a bit of good tempo coming from the northern end. Ramdu is on strike now. He's 10 off 11. Foot to the gas. Yes, it's time.
And again, because it's in the arc, it's pretty much singles as opposed to boundaries, which is what they want. At some point, somebody's going to have to sacrifice something. But this has been a very good spell from Joshua Clark. When you consider he was the 4th bowler used, and he's going to bowl out. Yeah, only 17 runs so far. And again, so... And I think the ball should be dead, should be a dead ball. He was just rolling it back to the bowler to just do, but until the umpire, well, the one umpire is signaling dead ball, the other one isn't. So...
Well, they'll have to talk about this first, because surely it's the umpire at the
presiding umpire.
Yeah.
But the square leg umpire is indicating dead ball. And because I don't think he was trying to effect a run out, he was just trying to get it back to the bowler. So once the wicketkeeper catches it,
Was there a run? Had they?
No, they weren't even attempting a run. He was just trying to get the ball back to the bowler. He overshot the bowler. But once he collected it, they weren't running. So it should be a dead ball. But we'll see whether they agree or disagree. If anything, Julian released it quickly to just to probably speed up the game to get it back to the bowler as quickly as possible. But the bowler in his follow-through was still running. And see, this is what happened. The bowler was still advancing.
We need to see a little bit earlier than that, yeah.
So who is the non-striker and who is the striker? So now it's going to be Guerra who would have been on strike. So I think all of that is eventually sorted out. Yes, it was Guerra who was on strike. And you see, so neither one was running. Neither one of the batsmen were actually running. So it wasn't like they were attempting a run. And Julian just picked the ball up and threw it back to the bowler.
Yes, interesting.
Had he thrown at the stump, then you could say the ball was still alive. But he was just trying to loop it back to the bowler. So it remains 61 for 4. And another interesting development here. Now, can cooler heads prevail here now and get back to the business at hand? Again, good bowling, just keeping everything tight and not giving them boundary balls. That's the method here. At the end of over number 12, 61 for 4 is the latest here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Verify the point of dead ball. A dead ball is called when the ball is finally settled in the wicketkeeper's gloves. So at that point, that should have been called dead ball. It was eventually called a dead ball after a little bit of a chat.
After they ran 3.
They'd run 3. But once it is finally settled in the wicket-keeper's gloves, which is there, he starts to return it to the bowler. It was already dead. White ball has been called for that one.
Yeah, so Govaya is back into the attack. Mikael Govaya, 2 overs that cost him 11.
Good time to bring him back. Just as the two batsmen will want to push on, they bring back one of their premier bowlers.
And again, trying now, he understands that they're going to probably try to get at him, so he's trying to bowl it into the pads, but he's missing the line just a little bit. Probably trying to bowl it into that leg stump. And singles, they won't mind singles at this stage. They're just making life very difficult for the batsmen. The Northside Future Stars, they really need somebody to just flip the script. And again, all of this is just building pressure, because at some point they're going to have to make a decision. And very well bowled again by Govaya.
Yeah, that rate now has gone up to 15 and over, which really means that you need overs over 20 to bring it down.
And again, Govaya just getting the ball past the wicket, but it jumps over the keeper as well after he hit it hard into the ground. So it's proven to be a little bit of a hard task here for the batsmen to get after the bowlers. And I'm sure they're trying, they're just not getting any loose deliveries to work with. And that is the big challenge that they face right now. How do they get after this bowling attack? And this is a good shot. This might break the ice, yes. Despite a sprawling effort there from skipper Kenroy Williams, eventually they get a boundary, and that kind of just breaks the shackles just that little bit for them. They need a lot more of that. 67 will make that 71 now for 4 at the end of over number 13.
Yes, unless you can get a good deal ahead of the 15, an over that's required, you're not going to bring it back. You're always going to be needing 15. But if you go into the last over, needing 15, you'd still feel you were in with a shot. So what you can't do is to let it go anywhere beyond that. You've got to try and bring it down. So 17, 18, 19, a couple of overs of really big ones. You can drag that back so that you go in needing maybe 12. You don't want to be looking at more than 12 and over. So these two, who've been out there for a good while now, Gera's faced 30 balls for his 16, Ramdu 15 for his 17. They have got to get on with it, drag it back a little bit, and make sure that when they come to the back end, they are not looking at 15 and over, but somewhere closer to 12.
So Bisun is changing ends. He's going to bowl from the top end now. Try his luck there. The shadow starting to spread across the ground, almost approaching the pitch. In fact, the batsman is partly in the shade. This is feet up. There's again another opportunity, just another quick single.
He was right on top of our stump mic, wasn't he?
So I thought he got bat onto it, but he didn't. It signaled a leg by. So it would be interesting to see where that ball actually hit him, because Leonardo Julian seemed convinced that it might have been in front.
Sounded like bat though, didn't it?
Yep, it sounded like he got an inside edge at least. But the umpire signaled leg bys. And again, from the leg by.
That's the first one that I've seen Ramdu snatch at. He's tucked those away really easily, but that one he looked to disappear, that one.
Because I think he's getting to the point now where the frustration level is right up. Because they haven't been able to get after the bowlers. I'm sure they spoke about it at the interval. And this is more like it. That is going to run into the boundary at deep extra cover for 4. And that is a brilliant shot. He didn't try to overhit it. He just placed it well.
I know this may sound funny, but he for me is the more dangerous of the two.
Again, good running, good cricket. You just struck a boundary.
I wouldn't even have thrown that.
You didn't have to.
There was a single. He was almost in. There was
nobody
nobody
backing
behind the keeper. And if all it needed was just to go a little bit behind, and they would have rushed through for a second.
Possibly a third, because it's a big, open space there. It's like open range. And that one is gone just into the crowd. Another KFC maximum. So finally, Ramdu gets an opportunity to free his arms, and he doesn't miss out.
Nice shot. And a nice shot from our cameraman as well. Had a good look at that.
I would imagine Mr. Chinfat might have been
in danger.
Yep.
Well, I mean, everyone at home knows what the state of the game is as far as what the batsmen need to do. They need to score as many runs as they can. We will be a little bit more, I don't know, delicate about how we go about describing that and what they should be looking to do. But I'm not against them knocking it about and just keeping the fielders busy, and from time to time, if they miss their line, that's when you've got to be absolutely on it and make sure they disappear. And we've already seen him go to the boundary twice here, so that's 10 runs. There was a wide or leg by off the first one? What was it?
Leg by.
A leg by. So 12 off the over so far, and there's another ball to come. This is where you've got to be really careful as a bowler.
Because this pair have now added 47 for the 5th wicket. And the ball again is out of Julian's hand. And so even if there was a debate there, the umpire might have... well, they don't have a VAR, so they'll have to do it. But that's the end of over number 14, 85 for 4.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
13 off that last over. And I'm sure people at home will be saying that's a little bit more like it. We need more of that. And people in the crowd as well. Come on, get this and this. It's not that simple. We've had some really good bowling. They've managed to strike the ball well, but they've picked out fielders. Now's the time, having had a good look in. Both of them have been there for long enough to be able to say, I need just to manipulate the ball a little bit better away from those fielders. So rather than just playing, your classic shot, you need to work it a little bit.
But this could be a big change here, because Kenroy Williams bowling his leg breaks, turning into the left-handers. And so he has to be spot on here, else they could fetch him over cow corner repeatedly or down behind square. So he has to get his field placings right, but more importantly, he has to get his line as well as his length right. And that one is gone again, and this is what I was referencing, is another KFC maximum. And this could be a dangerous turn of events here if Ramdu and company could just tee off. Because they're coming into him, he's coming into both left-handers, so they could hit him from the front foot as well as off the back foot.
Deliberately lifted high, that one.
And again, this one is up in the air. There are two fielders closing in, and he takes it on the second attempt. Really and truly, he almost got in his teammates' way, but in the end, he held on, and Ramdu goes for 25 just as he was trying to get the move on.
So before we get too hard on Ramdu, 25 off 18. So he's actually ahead of the number of balls that he's faced. So I always say, let's get ahead of that. 25 off 18. It's now down to Akil Gera to finish this off. Whomsoever comes in has got to make sure that Gera gets the majority of the strike now, because he's in, his eye is in. He should be able to take it home from here.
Yeah, that's brilliantly done in the end by Randy Baliram.
Yeah, that was a horrible one, wasn't it, with your teammate closing in on you. You don't want anything else around you when you're trying to concentrate on the ball. 85 for 5. 21 off 33, and Akil Gera has got to change that around very, very quickly.
Yeah, Ramon Diaz has to come and deliver something here. His team needs it more than ever. He's noted as a big hitter. Well, now is the time for him to prove it. They just need somebody to just launch.
Yeah, Gera's got to do the launching, I'm afraid.
And again, good effort in the field. They're not giving anything away. Holder, scrapping. And I think that really now is the difference between the teams. The bowlers have been very disciplined, and they've been backed up superbly in the field.
That was down to Gera to get down to that end, actually.
They put a slip in. And this one is in the air again, settling under it, but he drops it. Really, it was a very simple catch. All Bissoon had to do was accept it, but he cuffed it, and he punched it out of his own hands, literally.
Is that the second one he's put down, Bissoon?
It was right there for him. He got under it nicely, and then he just butterfingers. Yeah, but he should have taken that before Diaz had gotten off the mark. And now it's almost incumbent on Gera to go for broke here. He's probably going to be swinging at everything the rest of the way. And that drop catch probably registered in his mind as, if I don't do it, then nobody can. So let's go. And again, right down his throat, just in front of him. He thought about it for a moment, but it came at him so quickly that Salim Khan, he just couldn't, it's almost like he couldn't make up his mind what to do. Because it didn't go high, it came like a bullet at him, and then it just pitched in front of him and go. But 4 runs, all the same, they all count. And he is going to take it. And there you see it just fumble him and dribble past him. 92 for 5 now, or should that be 96 for 5 at the end of the over?
Yeah, he decided to go for the stop as opposed to the catch. And then when it pitched, it just turned on him a little bit, and he wasn't able to get a hand there for the stop. Slightly embarrassing because it happened in front of the stands, and whatever crowd was in, they got on him a bit.
Well, if you play sport long enough, you know that you have good days and bad days, or good periods and bad periods, and the crowd will call you out at times. And as you say, either you find a hole in the ground that you could crawl into,
or you get banished out into the deep, which is where they've put him now. Poor fella. Well, he's safe from the crowd over on the other side, isn't he?
Yeah, you have the birds chirping at him. And that one peels off the edge. That's going to run close to the boundary, and it's going to get there in the end. Mason was trying to get there, but that brings up the 100. And just a nudge, and it fetches him 4 runs. So the 100 is on the board.
Outfield continues to play as true as it has from the very first day in the very first game.
And Diaz again might think for a moment of a second run, but I think that opportunity was lost because they just didn't make up their minds whether they wanted to come for it or not. And by the time they looked interested, opportunity was lost.
Could also be that they decided to let
Guerra
take strike. Could have been a little bit of that in it.
And again, they'll have to settle for a single. They really need some big overs. This was the opportunity for them to run now, you know. But and if you were really thinking in terms of getting Guerra back on strike, you would have gladly accepted that opportunity there for an overthrow. Again, they're going to scramble for a single. There's nobody backing up, but good work by Govaya as the return came to the bowler's end.
Yeah, the backers up would have been those in the deep who were not backers up, really. They were absolutely fail-safe. That's good.
Yep, from the moment it left the bat, but look at how quickly he's striking it down. He gets 2 bites at it, and then he does very well to corral it.
Well, that's incredible. That was really, really well chased down.
Limiting them to just 2 runs.
Yes.
Excellent chase. Wide.
Yeah, let's do that again. But you can see Govaya, I think he bowled that closer to the umpire than he did to the crease. He just kind of stopped by the stumps and just released it. And this one is in the air. Williams is there, took his hat off, and then could only watch it sail over for another KFC maximum.
Yeah, there was an initial shout of catch it, but unless you were in the car park and running in.
So that takes it to 112 for 5 after 16.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
So 112 for 5 right now. So there are 4 overs left, 24 balls to get 67 runs.
Huge ask at 16 and over. They were struggling at 15. And I was suggesting that if they had 1 or 2 overs at 19 or 20, they could just pull that back. So in the last over, you were chasing no more than 12. That doesn't seem likely, does it? It looks as though they're going to have to go at 16 and over, even to stay anywhere near in the game. 1 big over, however, could help them a little bit.
Williams, it is who is going to continue. He's going to bowl out now. He has 3 for 13. And I'm sure he would like to pick another pepper. He got the prize wicket of Ramdu. Can he also remove this pair? That's a big hit. That 2 is going to go, and it flew all the way through that mid-wicket region for another maximum, another KFC maximum.
Yeah, good hit. Just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, way too short. I remember he's bowling leg breaks into the left-handers, turning into the left-handers. And where he got round to, he pushed it outside the off-stump. He knew he was coming, and he skied it. And Leonardo Julian standing up there. And it could easily be 2 runs. But then he probably decided, look, let's keep Guerra on strike and see if he can't deal with this. So that might turn out to be a wise decision.
And Guerra now, if you have a look, has just closed that gap, 34 off 38 now.
Mm-hmm.
The real thing here is some big hits from him at this back end. He's taken his time to get in, and let's see if he can deliver.
Quick delivery, and that's good bowling. But again, he's pushing it outside the off-stump. He's not staying on the pads. He's forcing them to fetch it outside the off-stump. At that pace, any kind of an edge is going to fly. And it's in there, just couldn't get to it. And if anybody was going to take that catch, you would bet Govaya could, but he just couldn't get under it. It was dying on him. And, just couldn't get there, but a single all the same. So they need 60 now from 20 balls. Or rather make from 18 balls. So 120 for 5 after 17.
Nicely balanced. There's still something in it. We haven't seen a game yet where there wasn't some tension at the back end. I really enjoyed that. And yesterday we were in real danger when there was a low score of it just petering out and falling flat. In the end, there was some tension in that one as well. And I get the feeling that we're going to see a little bit here, despite the fact that there is the no small asking rate of, what are we up to, 16 or 17, I think?
Yeah, they have a Herculean task on
19,
their hands.
Sorry, it's got too big.
It's almost 20 and over. They need 59 runs in 18 balls. This is the time. It doesn't matter who does it, but both men are going to have to swing for the fences now. You must get at least 2 boundaries in an over the rest of the way just to have a chance.
Yeah. Even the 2 maximums wouldn't do it. Holder it is who's marking out his run up now. He just had that little practice run up.
Watch no face.
He has 2 overs. So he will bowl the 17th. He'll bowl the 18th rather, and the 20th. Providing he doesn't go for 30 in this over.
2022 would make it interesting.
That's well played.
Good pick
and,
up.
but the return is an errant one.
Yeah, and I'll take that.
And they will get the second run. So, and more importantly, they get Guerra back on strike.
And again, just with the throw coming in after the extra run. So just have held that. Didn't need to, because look, if the keeper had missed that one, So a little bit of experience in the field.
And again, can they cut it down to, and he might have damaged himself. He might have hurt himself collapsing there on that one. And it might be that's Andy Alexander. He went down in a funny position, and he might have hurt his back. So
it's not fair, is it, from the stadium?
Yep.
The DJ.
So it's you could see he held his back immediately that he went down. See, he just took it at a bad angle. And I don't know if his foot got caught as he tried to slide. And there you go, it just slid under him. And that might have just done his back there.
Yeah, the slide is not something that the big fellas should employ. I don't recommend it. If you're lithe and slim, and you can afford to do that. But when you've got that kind of weight, a slide is not recommended.
See, that's where when he hit the ground, you can see he bounced when he hit the ground. So like his whole body weight went down there. So again, for those of you who may just be joining us, the Northside Future Stars won the toss and opted to field first. GLENORA batted well. They got 46 from Julian, 37 from Mason, 34 from Gavaya, and 23 from Williams. Then a brisket 20 from the man who you just saw on the ground there, Andy Alexander, to help them to 178 for 7. And in reply, the Northside Future Stars, well, they struggled. Sukwa made 4, Fornelia 7, Medina 8, Guerra 13, that's Kendall Guerra. Kyle Ramdu made 25, and Akil Guerra is still there on 39, together with Ramon Diaz, who is on 14, as they reached now 124 for 5, and they still need 55 runs. The problem is they only have 16 deliveries, and half the side is down. So if you lose another wicket, then it doesn't get any easier.
Lights are on.
And Mason is down there, so they'll just take the single. I still don't understand why the fielders in the deep don't get the ball into the wicketkeeper first, more than anything else. You don't need to get it. You don't need to relay it to anybody else. Just get it to the keeper. That shouldn't even be an alternative. That has to be the rule at this stage of the game. And you could kill the ball right there. And again, but just the singles, Govaya trying to set him up to try to attempt a second run, but he knows he has a very powerful arm. They're playing a little bit of bush cricket there, playing coy. So were you among the thousands who stayed up to watch the boxing in the wee hours of this morning?
I wasn't, I'm afraid.
Yeah, Canelo and Crawford. And it really was a master class there from Crawford to beat Canelo. I think the whole of Mexico must be stunned right now with that display. And another good delivery right up, almost taking the stump on the way through. He has already done that hold up for Nelia. ripped out his leg stump. He was looking for more there. So the game really, it's either in for a hugely entertaining final 2 overs or it's just going to peter out. There's another appeal from LBW. Not out, says the umpire. And he was trying to invent a shot there. If anything, he probably he might have been hit outside the off stump because he put that right leg rather, right across, and then was trying to go past it. At the end of 18, it's certainly 126 for 5 after 18.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that GMMB culture.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
I think it's Diaz who's had a change of bat.
She's brought out the 6-hitting bat now. So I think we should warn all the taxi drivers, all the folks in their homes, be mindful. Missiles are coming your way. But really, just 2 overs left and they have a huge task on their hands. Garrido has played another good hand. He's 40, but he's off strike. Diaz, who's 15, plays, and this could be dangerous. And so a dot ball to start with. Stefan Bissoon, not for 28 so far from his 3 overs, and 1 ball. That's probably the quickest ball for the day. And a real quicker one. Quickest one. And that's an almighty hit. Again, danger in the road, but it doesn't get there. But it's a KFC maximum. Takes it to 132 now for 5. You need a lot more of those. He's such a big man. All he has to do is middle it and it's going to go.
You did bring out the 6-hitting bat.
Yep. And again, the bowler has to be mindful. If you bowl it outside the off stump, ask him to fetch it. See if he will hit that same 6 over extra cover. And so again, they won't mind that.
Oh no, it's too late.
Yeah, it's and this is what I'm saying. Get the ball into the keepers and don't even mess around with it. Go via there. I don't know if he felt he could run out. The batsman was safely in his ground. Kera, who's on 40.
Could be a no. Oh no, it's a wide. We only saw one arm of the umpire from this side, so it is a wide ball.
Yep. Julian was appealing for a catch. And that's a 6. Look how easy he cleared the fence with that one. Again, good delivery, just enough turn on it to deceive the batsman. Really putting the finishing touches on a fine display here from this young man. He's gone for a few, but he's bowled better than his figures suggest. Not for 36 so far, with 1 ball to come. And again, he wants a single. And he won't get it, so he finishes off with 0 for 36 Bissoon. And at the end of 19 overs, it's 134 for 5. More importantly, they need 45 runs from 6 deliveries.
I think that's when you have
need
to
a couple no balls.
You have to admit that this one has gotten away from them.
It's done and dusted, as they say. And they have, well, don't say so yet, because look at who they're bringing on. They're bringing on a brand new bowler, is it? To bowl the final over. Salim Khan. Now, could you imagine if Salim Khan bowls a really terrible over and gets carted away for a couple maximums?
Well, it may end up tidying up the
scorecard,
the North Side Future Stars, run rate or whatever it is, net run rate. But I can't see him bowling 36, going for 36, far less 45. Let's see if they, what do we call it, go down swinging.
And that one is gone. First ball. Another KFC maximum. Welcome, Mr. Khan. He just served up a nice juicy full toss about knee height and say, please hit it. And Diaz said, okay. 140 now for 5. So they need 39 now from the last 5 deliveries.
If you look at the difference between Diaz, 28 or 15, if Guerra had been able to turn this around and be 52 off 40.
And that's much better.
You just get in the ballpark. You want there to be the possibility of a win when you come into the final over, but there simply wasn't here.
And again, that one almost, that's his 4 in the dark, is it? It mightn't even get to the boundary. Again,
a quick man out there.
Bissoon does very well.
He's very quick, isn't he?
Yep, and he's determined. He's struck down quite a few. In that general area, what looked like 4 suddenly became 2. And here we are. 8 of the first 3 balls. 3 to go. And that's another huge one that sails out of the ground for another KFC maximum. Right in his wagon wheel there, and says, have a go. And he says, thank you very much. So that should be 148 now for 5, with 2 deliveries left. And he's going to get a single to make it 149. So Diaz goes up to 37.
The last ball.
And the last ball to be bowled by Khan. 2 sixes, a 2 and a single so far. And it's Williams just allows it to go right through his grasp. And they're going to take 2 comfortably. So 1 51 is where it will end. And Guerra will be 42 not out. So twice now he has batted out. So a comprehensive victory, one would have to say here, for GLENORA Sports. So victory by 27 runs for GLENORA Sports. And you'd have to say, Sheldon, a fine victory for them. It was the first time we've seen them, and they didn't disappoint.
Yeah, they looked like a nice unit with a good balance. Northside just didn't get the timing and the tempo right. Lost a couple of wickets early on, and the risk that Ramdu took with Guerra in the end didn't pay off. Ramdu, by the way, finished ahead of the game, but Guerra was never really able to get that far ahead to keep them in the shout.
So that's it. Yep, he made 37 to Diaz, and Guerra not out on 42, and they were the principal scorers in that 151 for 5 victory to GLENORA Sports by 27 runs. This is how things panned out. Again, when it all started, couple early boundaries, and they were hoping to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Of course, Leonardo Julian doing his bit here to power his team to a good start together with Keon Mason. They stitched together a 71-run opening partnership before he was bowled neck and crop by Fornelia. That's Mason for a well played 37. Julian, though, continued to find ways to put runs on the board and looked like he was well and truly in control, and certainly looked like a half century was right there in the making. Govaya came, and he too started to pepper the boundary boards with some vicious hitting, and even though they had lost Leonardo Julian, Williams and Govaya also stitched together. I think Clark also came, but he only made 4. Julian, or rather Govaya, was the one who was threatening to blast the game wide open. But in the end, it wasn't to be for them. They could only get to, well, they got to 178 for 7. And in reply, Northside Future Stars, they limped to 151 for 5. So this was the GLENORA innings, the Presidential Insurance GLENORA Sports Club. And again, they're trying their best here to get things going. Govaya again showing his capabilities. When you get a gift like that, you should take advantage. And but it was just there that it was hauled in. And again, the wickets falling, doing his bit to teasing off Medina. He ended up with 2 wickets. Also chipping in there with a couple, was 1 wicket, was Guerra, Kendall Guerra, that is. But the runs kept coming. And in the end, that 178 for 7 proved a bridge too far. So again, congratulations to the GLENORA Sports Club. They won by 27 runs.
He receives his prize, courtesy Cannes Poultry and Meat from Ms. Vivica Guerra.
So that is your fan of the match. Compliments Poultry.
Next up, our fan of the match, with a score of 23 and bowling figures of 3 for 21 from his 4 overs from GLENORA, Kenroy Williams.
So Kenroy Williams with his 23 and 3 for 21 is the man of the match. Is the man of the match. A fine all-round performance from him. And the captain leading from the front, picking up his man of the match award there. So GLENORA getting a victory as they start their campaign. And coming up in a short while, game number 7, Savannah Boys against Shannon Sports. That's coming up next.